This is the moment we've all been waiting for the thousands in attendance and the millions watching around the world. Ladies and gentlemen, let's get ready to rumble!
All your feelings hurt when it get real. All of them fakes, so they ain't ready now. It be too hard, we getting lit, cause we speaking now. Fuck all the clowns, yeah, the ones who do it for the bite. All we going now. All your feelings hurt when it get real. All of them fakes, so they ain't ready now. It be too hard, we getting lit, cause we speaking now. Fuck all the clowns, yeah, the ones who do it for the bite. All we going now.
Fuck your feelings. Big chest back in the building. Like Billy Boy, I stay winning. Chef Curry, range extended. Splash. Fuck your feelings. Debate all day, that's business. Either your ass, that's fitness. FYF, gotta hit us. Bitch, I'm the realest. Alpha male strong, that's illest. FYF gang, we'll win this. Fuck the permission slip bitches. Ayy, yo. Fuck your feelings. FYF gang, be the realest.
All your feelings hurt when it get real. All of them fakes, so they ain't ready now. It be too hard, we getting lit, cause we speaking now. Fuck all the clowns, yeah, the ones who do it for the bites. All we going now. All your feelings hurt when it get real. All of them fakes, so they ain't ready now. It be too hard, we getting lit, cause we speaking now. Fuck all the clowns, yeah, the ones who do it for the bites. All we going now.
The paper chase, hurdles and relays, like a track meet. Drug fiends, bitches, foreign whips. Now that's my back street, stay humble. Be most hated is the consequence of success. Fast money always slows up. You gotta learn to invest. My flow, mastered. Money, I stacked it. Enemies, caskets to women. I'm attractive to my haters, outlast them. Passport stamped it. Confronted work on consignment. Come on, now that's a backflip. Principles you stand on. Wasted talent, sad song. Beach house 1.5, but the car dad said 260. God, obedience, Jesus, repentance. The marathon continues, and I'm strong to the finish.
All your feelings hurt when it get real. All of them fakes, so they ain't ready now. It be too hard, we getting lit, cause we speaking now. Fuck all the clowns, yeah, the ones who do it for the bite. All we going now. All your feelings hurt when it get real. All of them fakes, so they ain't ready now. It be too hard, we getting lit, cause we speaking now. Fuck all the clowns, yeah, the ones who do it for the bite. All we going now.
FYF, okay. No one measure, remember them 3 letters come with pressure. Okay. We be steppers, man, can't stop, won't let up. Real debates, the haters gon' hate. That's what makes it special, it come with level. Yeah, this shit get better, no cap, new era. We got ammunition for the opposition and plenty witness, killing competition. Catch us late night on a panel cooking, but don't be fooled. This ain't your mama's kitchen. They say they don't, but they watch and listen, typing in the chat. You ain't got a lot to kick it. If you click the link, make sure you got permission, and don't forget, nigga, fuck your feelings.
All your feelings hurt when it get real. All of them fakes, so they ain't ready now. It be too hard, we getting lit, cause we speaking now. Fuck all the clowns, yeah, the ones who do it for the bite. All we going now. All your feelings hurt when it get real. All of them fakes, so they ain't ready now. It be too hard, we getting lit, cause we speaking now. Fuck all the clowns, yeah, the ones who do it for the bite. All we going now.
I know they ain't ready at all. I stay ready, time to ball. No referee, I got shots to call. Believe I'm the best, so I'm better than y'all. Fuck your feelings, you know that's law. Running it up, now we running it back. It's that full court pressure, don't cut no slack. Jamming to the max. Bank count still full of racks. For the competition, they done went missing. The champ is here, look how the ring glisten. It's honorable mention, don't ever forget it. It's FYF, don't care about the ticket. You know we with it, yeah. We gon' do whatever it takes. Fuck all the hate. FYF still going down. It's one of the grades.
All your feelings hurt when it get real. All of them fakes, so they ain't ready now. It be too hard, we getting lit, cause we speaking now. Fuck all the clowns, yeah, the ones who do it for the bite. All we going now. All your feelings hurt when it it get real, all of them fakes, so they ain't ready, no. It be too hard, we get it lit, cause we speaking now. Fuck all the closure, yeah, the ones that do it for the boys. Oh, we going now, supporters, no fans. LVCM, babe, talking on real. Yeah, it get hard, could be on the real. Heart rate up, it's getting intense. All them people just speaking on nothing. Content clicks for the money. Hilarious, a bit too funny. Debunking this shit, yeah, we run it. Cover it up, Lakers to Hornets. LeBron to Jordan, Blazers in Portland. We get it sorted, lights can afford it. Entertaining or boring, whatever the top, but we act accordingly. Break it down, piece by piece. Been at this for too long. No elder but Rufus, saying what he on. Lace better stay gone. We get them all done. We get them all done. Yeah, we get them all done. All your feelings hurt when it get real. All of them fakes, so they ain't ready, no. It be too hard, we get it lit, cause we speaking now. Fuck all the closure, yeah, the ones that do it for the boys. Oh, we going now, all your feelings hurt when it get real, all of them fakes, so they ain't ready, no. It be too hard, we get it lit, cause we speaking now. Fuck all the closure, yeah, the ones that do it for the boys. Oh, we going now.
FYF Sports, man. It's Lamont, man. Back for another show. Man, we got a lot of stuff going on in today's show, man. We got a lot of stuff going on for today's show, man. Y'all want to make sure y'all tuned in for the day. Right? We got the first hour of the show, man. We're going to be exposing all these myths surrounding this 90s era defense. The myth. We're going to be breaking it down to a science, you guys. All right? I was over on Player's Choice yesterday. I'm talking to some guy in the chat, and he's pushing the same stigma, the same narrative. If you put these players in the 90s, they couldn't do X, Y, and Z. And that just doesn't align with the facts. It don't align with the facts. The myth about 90s, especially the 90s defense, is just amazing. It's amazing because no one can tell you what made these defenses so great. I mean, they'll say that it's the era of the big man, but could these big men actually defend? And even if you had a big man that could defend, could they defend as a team? It's like I said, it's a lot. We're going to break it down to a science today, y'all. We're going to be breaking it down. We're going to be exposing the truth. Remember, they talk about how the hand check existed, right? They say with the hand check, players couldn't do X, Y, and Z. I think people in the 90s think we're retarded. The hand check foul was the most common foul called in the 90s. They literally called it the hand check foul. Refs would say, hand check foul. The announcers would say, another hand check foul. It was the absolute most common foul in the 90s. Yet people in the 90s will try to get you and me to believe that they were just allowed to hand check willy-nilly. And this is what made the 90s so difficult. We're going to be getting into all that today. Also, in 2 hours, you guys, right? On the third hour of the show, we're going to be ending the show with a bang, right? Headed into Christmas Day, right? Merry Christmas to everybody as well. Hope everybody's having a great holiday. I know a lot of people probably have the day off work, whatnot. A lot of people have free time and everything. Salute to Mr. Winters in there. Saint X, Joe 12, J Marcy, everybody pulling up. And salute to everybody, man. But on the third hour of the show today, man, we're going to have an epic doubleheader debate. We got an epic doubleheader debate coming. All right. And it's going to be headlined by two first-time debaters. All right, we got Micahel Jordan, man. Y'all know Micahel Jordan, man. Micahel Jordan been in the chats for years, agitating and annoying the people with odd takes that he rarely backs up with logic. But Micahel Jordan has stepped to the plate, man. Micahel Jordan says it's time for him to hand somebody the Max Ether. And man, he's looking to hand the Max Ether down to the motherland, man. We got Young Africa debating all the way from Africa. Yeah, we got Trap House Jester in here. We got Young Africa going to be debating. And this is going to be, the debate format is going to be crazy, y'all. The topics that we got for you guys today. The first topic, so we're going to be doing a different topic for the first 2 rounds. And then the third round is a rebuttal round. And yes, Sturdy said it right there. And don't forget, remember that the main event is going to be followed up by Ralph Lauren and True the King, man. They got to hash this out, man. Man, they've been going back and forth for the last year, man. It's time for them to step on the debate stage and just go ahead and get this knocked out of the way. We saw Ralph, man, showed up in his last debate. It seemed like he was drinking sipping on some lean or something. He just didn't have it. And he ended up getting washed. He's looking to come back. He's trying to bounce back from that last loss. Right. So remember, in coming up at, I think for most people, that's going to be 7 o'clock Eastern Standard Time. For me, that'll be 5 Mountain Time. That'll be 4:30 if you're on the West Coast in California. Remember, yeah, we got an epic debate clash today, man. Epic debate clash. Y'all don't want to miss it, man. And look at it. Look, Young Africa's already here, man. He said, Young Africa, straight out the motherland, no other land, man. Salute to Young Africa, man. All the way, look, y'all, that's crazy, man. All these sports shows, and that's what it tells you, man, the reach of the power of these sports shows, man. We getting people all the way from Africa, man, just consistently tuning into the show, man. Consistently tuning into the show. I wanted to give one of my subscribers a shout out, man. I was sent a product. All right, I was sent a product. I'm gonna put the website. I'm gonna put the website in the chat. So a lot of people always, when I'm on the show, a lot of people always asking me. You see, I got look, I'm ready for the 90s today, y'all. I got my Game Boy Cup. All right, got my Game Boy Cup, so I'm ready for the 90s. But a lot of people say, "What the hell are you always drinking? Coffee?" No, man. I was sent. This is homemade, black owned. It's called chocolate sea moss, right? You can mix it with anything. You can just drink it as is. You can drink it. You can mix it with your coffee. You can mix it with your tea. It's a chocolate sea moss drink. It has everything you need on it. It has monk fruit, ginger, clove, sea salt, cinnamon, flaxseed, maca root, sunflower seeds, hemp hearts, pumpkin seeds, and bladderwrack. I'm going to put the link in the chat today, man. Y'all need to make sure y'all put y'all subscriptions in for this because this is a daily replacement. Daily meal replacement. It's called Vera Roots. All right, 2 scoops and you good for an entire meal. And we all know that if you've had sea moss, it don't have the best taste. This chocolate sea moss, man, makes it taste fire. So look, I'm going to put the link to that. It's veraroots.com. He said it's a protein drink. Yes, it has 12 grams of protein per 3 tablespoons. So, man, if you want to double it up and go 6 tablespoons, I mean, it makes sea moss taste good, y'all. I mean, sea moss is something that every black person needs to be putting into their system, or white, but you need to be putting this in your system every day. Every day. It'll save you a lot of time from going to the doctor, man. It's called veraroots.com. The lady that makes it, man, let's go ahead and let's just light her website up and give her some subscriptions for this product. veraroots.com. Putting that in the chat, you guys. Make sure y'all go check it out, man. It's a great product. And salute to Basil Carpenter, man. Always coming through. Basil Carpenter, you guys. I know some of you guys are actually watching from the other channel, FYF Sports Live. Basil Carpenter is watching from FYF Sports Debates Live. We're streaming on 2 channels right now. If you want to hit the super chat, you got to go over to FYF Sports Debates Live to hit the super chat as well. Or you can actually just go over there to join our memberships, man. We need you guys to help support going into 2023. The memberships do a ton with regards to support. Just like Basil just hit the Cash App, memberships do the same thing, man. It's just that consistent support helps keep the channel afloat as well. So again, however you guys can help, it'll be much appreciated. Man, let me get the banner up for the day. Before we just dive into this topic, let me get this banner up for the day as we go into Christmas. Again, Merry Christmas to everybody if you actually celebrate it. Hopefully you guys are having a good holiday. We got Mahari in the building. Mahari Nation Sports Podcast. What's good? We got Jay. He's about. We got Saint X, Chris Martin. Well, look, it's time to just get on the topic, because after I divulge into this topic, I'm going to be opening the panel up. I'm gonna open the panel up because I want to get your outtake on this. Look, I promise you. I apologize. I look like a caveman today. I'm just allowing my hair to grow out, man. It obviously makes the cut better. So look, disregard me looking like a caveman today. Get the jokes out. I don't mind it. That's not the topic for today. We got to get on the myth about the 90s, y'all. The myth about the 90s. And so, anybody in here that's played defense understands that for a defense to be good, the only way you could have a good defense in the NBA is by having a great team defense. I think the 90s fans correlate low scoring outputs with great defense, when actually in the 90s it was bad offense more so than good defense. There was not a lot of teams that were considered to be great defensive teams. I mean, you can think of the Knicks, the Pacers to a certain degree, but outside of that, even the Chicago Bulls, outside of that, there were not a ton of teams that were looked at as great defensive teams, not consistently. He said, did the Lakers lose again? Yeah, the Lakers lost to the Hornets last night. Again, the health is destroying their season once again. They cannot stay healthy. They cannot be consistent. I mean, they already have a short bench. I mean, we'll get on the Lakers later. Let's not remove ourselves from this particular topic, man. Let's not get on all this other stuff. So when we break down defense, you guys, and we're going to be pulling up a few videos to support this, because a lot of people act like when we talk about illegal defense being a handicap, a lot of people be like, the illegal defense wasn't that big a deal. It was that big of a deal. Illegal defense essentially handicapped a team's defense. Mr. Winter says, no health, no excuse for the Lakers. All right. I mean, Mr. Winters, we know you're not going to give. I mean, if you don't want to consider it an excuse, that's fine. I don't consider it an excuse. It's just a reason. It is what it is. That team is not going to be successful without Anthony Davis. Like I said, I think it's very simple. LeBron can't no longer carry a team the way he used to. I don't think it's a big deal to even admit that. We can move past that, Mr. Winters. He says about to destroy the hand check. Facts, North. The hand check nonsense was the biggest myth. One, before we even pull up the video about hand checking, because I have a video to show you about hand checking. Let's say hand checking was actually allowed in the 90s, which it wasn't. And I have a video proof to show you that, because a lot of 90s people say this hand check will stop you, when hand checks were called more in the 90s than any other era as a foul. But the hand check, and look, I want some of you guys that actually still can play and get in the gym and go hoop. I want you to go test the hand check. I want you to go try it against good competition. I want you to go find some good D1, D2 comp, some solid runs against some of these good young players. And I want you to go find some of the best players, and I want you to try to hand check them with the skill sets that most guards have today. Again, when you hand checking today is advantage to the offensive player. The reason why hand checking today would be irrelevant and it would give the defense less control is because when you put your forearm on a player, especially a good ball handler, you've lost your advantage. Your advantage was being able to play in space, making an offensive player guess. When you hand check, you essentially take away all of your defensive options. You have to commit to one thing. And with the physicality, with these offensive players today, if they can feel you, they can beat you. This is why we see a ton of players when they drive in, what do they try to do first? They try to engage your body first and then go up. A lot of offensive players don't just go up straight out of thin air. When we look at Russell Westbrook's missing a ton of layups. Why? Because he's just going up. We not seeing Russell Westbrook engage first like we see small guards like Trae Young and De'Aaron Fox do. We see Jason Tatum do it a lot as well, Jaylen Brown. We see these guards engage the body first, create the contact, and then go up. Because it's advantage to the offensive player to know where you are. If I can feel you, I can beat you. And the same thing goes on the perimeter with the hand check. For example, with a player like James Harden, who's a physical guard, he's extremely methodical. He's not just going to blow by you with extreme quickness. No. But if you put a forearm on him or you hand check, and now that he knows how you're playing, when you hand check, you're obviously playing with 1 foot high because you can't hand check just straight. You're going to have to hand check with 1 foot high, 1 foot low. And the way they train players today is to attack the high foot. If you put a forearm on a player like James Harden or Ja Morant, they're going to attack your high leg. And this is why we see so many players getting dropped on highlights, because you have guards who consistently can read where your feet are. They're going to attack your high leg and they're going to embarrass you consistently, y'all. This old adage, the myth that the hand check was some type of deterrent. The only reason the hand check was actually a deterrent in the 90s or even in the 80s when it actually was allowed was because you didn't have as good of ball handlers. We can just simply look to some of the two best point guards in the 80s and the 90s of John Stockton and Magic Johnson. And for as good as Magic Johnson was, he had to go back to the basket a ton of times because he wasn't an elite ball handler. He had to back his man down. When he was trying to set the offense up, what would he do? He would turn his back to his man, dribbling, shielding, using his body to shield the man from the ball. You couldn't do that with an Iverson. You can't do that with guards today. They're going to face you up, and they're going to consistently attack your weaknesses defensively. And if you hand check, that's just going to expose your weaknesses. Hand check was essentially a built-in foul. And the only players that consistently used a hand check were the players that struggled to defend laterally. We got Herm says, Gary Payton a better defender than anybody in this era. I beg to differ. Gary Payton was a guard, guarding a ton of other guards. In the 90s and even the 80s, there just wasn't a ton of guards. Remember, it was a big man-oriented game where most teams played through their big man. So Gary Payton never had to worry about point guards consistently trying to attack him night in and night out. And the reality is that the point guards that did attack, like Kevin Johnson, still lit Gary Payton up. The point guards that were on the attack, that could face up and handle the ball, they lit Gary Payton up. Let's not get it misconstrued. Well, Gary Payton stopped a ton of average guards. But when it came to stopping the best of the best, the guards that weren't going back to the basket, Gary Payton could easily slow down a John Stockton, a guard that played back to the basket, didn't have a really strong face-up game, wasn't looking to attack a ton. Yes, he could slow those guards down, but he wasn't slowing down Kevin Johnson. He wasn't slowing down the Tim Hardaways. He was not slowing down those players. I mean, be honest about Gary Payton. And he used that forearm a lot. But when we saw him use that forearm, he used it against bigger players that were trying to post him up. He's not sticking that forearm on players like Jason Williams, because we remember that renowned highlight when Jason Williams called Gary Payton in the open court. And this was a prime Gary Payton. Did he or did he not freeze the shit out of Gary Payton in the open court? This is the best defender. This was the so-called best on-ball defender in the league. Yes, he was great on ball against players that were not looking to consistently attack. I mean, look, and on top of the fact, y'all, on top of the fact that this notion that the hand check even existed in the 90s is just a lie in and of itself. The hand check was banned in the 90s, you guys. So let's not even, we can't even give the 90s. We can't even give the 90s the hand check because the hand check was banned. I'm about to pull up a video for you guys just to show you about the hand check. And we got 4 different videos to show. Then I'm gonna open up the panel up. This is very short clips. I'm not gonna play the entire video. So these are just short clips I'm gonna be playing. We got Jay Moore in the chat. We got Renegade in there, man. Salute, man. Pagan says, I'm tripping. Now, how am I tripping, Pagan, when everything that I'm saying can be backed up with video? Pagan, can anything that you say be backed up with any type of video evidence? On top of the fact that I've tried hand checking in games and it does not work. Hand checking does not work. It gets you embarrassed. You're overcompensated, one. You're playing way too close to the offensive player and you just will get beat. Hand checking does not work. Not against good players. It does not work. It works against bad players, bad ball handlers. Yes. It does not work against players that are astute with the ball. He says Penny Hardaway in 96 was the best point guard at the time before. Okay, we'll give you that. He said can face up and score. Yes, but the reason why Penny Hardaway and players even like Jason Kidd, a lot of these new guards that came in, especially the guards that thrived going in the 2000s. You look at a player like Grant Hill. These were guys that could face up, right? They could face up and give defenders of the 90s problems. And then once players start to realize that, they just started to torture. It's the only thing that happened, y'all. This is what you're saying. He says, hold on. The comments are going so fast. I'm missing it right here. It's just what you're saying is the sport has never evolved. No, I'm saying the sport has evolved. What are you talking about? I'm saying the sport has evolved. That's what I'm saying. I'm saying the sport has evolved. All right, here we go right here. I got the first video pulled up. This first video is just to show you, and I'm going to play the audio with it. This first video is just to show you that in the 90s, the hand check foul was the most commonly called foul in the 90s. It's called a hand check foul. As soon as you touch the guy with that arm bar, the refs will call foul immediately. So this is just to kill the notion that defenders were even able to use this horrible hand check because it's not even a really good basketball strategy. The hand check is not even something that good defensive coaches will teach. A good defensive coach will never tell his players to hand check. Never. Let me get these banners out of here. All right, hold on, y'all. Let me share my screen. Now, I want you guys to listen. Go ahead and check this out.
Jordan, hand check foul, Willie Anderson.
In the lower right and the left of your screen. 3 seconds. Jordan is fouled by Gerald Wilt.
All over. Austin out on Caffey. Here's Brian Williams in the hands of Jordan. And another hand check.
VJ. Through a whistle. Foul on Anderson. There we have it.
But
look, I could keep playing the video. I could keep playing you and showing you multitude of examples of how as soon as a defensive player in the 90s stuck their hand out and put it on the player, it's a hand check. And you could hear the commentators even call it. the commentators would specifically say, hand check foul. That's how common that it was. So common that every time it happened, the commentators would say another hand check foul, a hand check foul on this guy, a hand check foul. So if players were allowed to hand check, and that's all they needed to do to slow players up, then why were they consistently calling hand check foul, hand check foul, hand check foul? Why did they take it out the game? It was a built-in foul, and it was only used by guys that really couldn't defend. A defender like Scottie Pippen, a really good defender like Scottie Pippen, I really want you guys to go look at the video. He was not a player that stuck his arm out there and hand check people. Even when he was playing smaller guards like Mark Jackson, he would just sit in front and move laterally and defend with space and length. That's all it is. Hand checking is not an advantage to the defense. Hand checking is only an advantage when you're playing inferior offensive players. Hand check will work on a guy that can only go back to the basket and face up. When people say Magic Johnson struggled a little bit when Pippen guarded him, because he was always back to the basket. Come on, y'all. It's just facts. Hold on. We're gonna go to a little bit of let's go listen in on what some NBA players got to say about this. We're gonna listen in because look, if y'all don't believe me to be as credible, but we're gonna listen in, we're gonna see what NBA players have to say about it. All right.
I'm starting to hate everyone in the 90s that played basketball, that whole group, because they just think they shit don't stink.
Right.
Like, you got, Scottie Pippen and Dennis Rodman, both 6'7", both weigh 210. Talking about they're going to stop somebody in today's game. Like,
nah.
6'7", 210, like you are a little guard in today's game. You guys are little guys. Like,
but that's every 10 years the game changes.
Yeah, that's what I say. They have no idea about evolution. It's like they don't take evolution.
I always have these debates with my friends. I was like, bro, can you imagine dropping LeBron in the 75? Like, just drop LeBron now that in 75. I was like, bro.
Yeah, that's just it's like they forget evolution. So they're like, well, this year this game's soft. They flop too much.
I think it's more skilled.
You have to understand rules, right? So if a player can get you in foul trouble because you're always out of place, right, that's a skill. And I said, it's not a flop, it's a skill. If I know I'm going to drive here and I know your speed is going to try to beat me there and I stop, you hit me and I shoot, that is my skill. That's what I'm skilled at. And I don't think anybody really appreciates the skill. They call it, oh, he's flopping too much. Oh, this is boring. Like, no, that's.
You know what people, their reaction is? They don't know how you do that because they can't think like you think.
They didn't have to.
Because it wasn't little.
They didn't have to. I mean, first, in the 90s, they were averaging like 80, 90 points a game. Mm-hmm. Like we're doing 135s and 140s now, and that's because of the skill level. So they didn't have to figure out how to get to the free throw line. It was like whenever we score. I think it was more of a stops game in the 90s anyway.
It was a big man game. Everyone wanted to post. Right. Everyone, you had post up. You had post up guards. You got to remember, guards back then weren't scorers.
Except for Jordan.
I mean, but like point guards.
Right.
So, you're talking about Gary Payton, he was still considered a point guard. Back then, as soon as AI comes in, it's like,
well, what's funny?
Throw him to the two. We don't know what that is. We don't know what that is yet.
Right.
You're talking about, Marbury averaging, 22 and 9. He was considered a ball hog. They're like 9 assists. He was a ball hog. The Stevie Francis, like that's what I said. So when I came in, I was a combo guard. I wasn't either. It's just get out there and we're gonna see what he can do. And then from there, it's just.
Hold on, y'all. Don't get mad at the evidence. People like Herm, you can't come tell us that an NBA player that played at an all-star level is not credible. You can't tell us that. But Herm, I want you to tell us, that means if it's about credibility, Herm, when you come on the panel today, before you say a word, you need to tell us what makes you credible then. What makes you credible if you're willing to say that somebody like Gilbert Arenas, who not only played against these guys in open runs in the summer and then also in the NBA, if you're willing to tell us that a player like Lou Will and Gilbert Arenas aren't credible, then what makes you credible, Herm? I mean, because I thought when you turned your camera on, I saw Sally's Auto Shop on the shirt. I don't know if that gives you any credibility in basketball talk. I saw Sally's Auto Shop on the shirt with Herman on the name tag. Gilbert Arenas is talking about players like he's talking about players just like y'all brought up Gary Payton. Y'all brought up a Gary Payton. Was he a good defender in the 90s? Yes. But see, it's 90s fans who always want to make this comparison where if you put Jordan in his era, he would score 50. If you put James Harden in the 90s, he couldn't do nothing. Y'all make these weird connections trying to denigrate what you see today out of basketball. Maybe because you don't like the style. Maybe it's a little bit too fast-paced. Maybe it's a little too flashy for you. Maybe guys aren't playing as fundamental as you would like. Either way, it shouldn't matter. Uh-oh, he says, I wear jogging sets to work, nigga, be clean. I don't know. I thought I saw Sally's Auto Shop, Herm. If I'm wrong, then I'll be wrong. I thought it was Sally's Auto Shop. We got some more clips for you guys, though. We got some more clips for you guys. Hold on. Let me get to some more clips. Because remember, we're talking about not just individual defenders.
This video is brought to you by catbeast.com.
We're talking about team defenders. All right? We got to talk about team defenders. So here, I'm gonna play this right here. Yeah, Young Africa. Hold on. Am I the only one that saw Sally's Auto Shop? I thought I saw Sally's Auto Shop on Herm's shirt. That's what I thought I saw. I mean, but I don't know, man. My fault, Herm. If it wasn't Sally's Auto Shop. Here, we got another video. I'm not trolling you, Herm. That's not a troll. I promise you, I thought I saw Sally's Auto Shop. All right, Herm, just let it go, Herm. We'll get to that later. We'll get to that later, Herm. All right, we're gonna listen in on this video right here.
Rules made it a lot easier for him to score in those isolations. It was because those old rules did not allow defenders to be stuck in the middle of nowhere guarding nobody. If another defender wanted to go to Jordan and double team him, then he must immediately run towards Jordan and leave his man completely wide open. You can also recover back to your man, but you can't be caught in the middle guarding nobody, or else that would be a violation. For example, look at this clip here. The defender leaves his man and goes straight to double team Jordan. This leaves Jordan with only two options: make a pass to his open teammate or try to score against the double team. However, back then, illegal defense violations were very, very common because defenders would always get stuck in the middle of nowhere defending nobody. And that was against the rules, and it resulted in a technical free throw. It also meant that players were not allowed to stand near the basket, sag off their man, play passing lanes, or get themselves ready to contest a drive with no one else around them. But in today's game, defenders can just play free safety all the time because of the new zone rules. So it's a lot harder now for players to score in an ISO. Here is an example of how defenses defend isolations after the old illegal defense rules were eliminated in 2001. Here's LeBron in the 2009-10 season. He's trying to go one-on-one against Larry Hughes on the Knicks, but then you have Wilson Chandler just...
See, I want you guys to see this right here. Because a lot of people talk about, and this clip explains a lot more than just how teams guard superstars today. This also explains why you see 33, you see Shaq on the floor. This also explains why Shaq can't go to the ball side low post and just post up and score. Why? Because you have Wilson Chandler. Remember, this is essentially what a 1-3-1 matchup zone looks like. They're running a matchup zone. So if you even try to send a player like Shaquille O'Neal onto that strong side block to post up, you have a Wilson Chandler already loaded up over there. You're going to have Shaq's own man loaded up on him. And you're going to also have a third defender that can all collapse in. On top of the fact, if you look on ball, you're going to have a guy on ball whose only job is to pressure any pass to the post. So he's going to make any angle or any entry pass into the post much more difficult than we've ever seen in the 90s. So this is what the matchup zone principles will look like. Now, I don't know what the Knicks were specifically running, but in this game, they were running some form of a matchup zone to slow down LeBron James, but maybe also to slow down what Shaq could have still done in the time in the paint. Right? So that's all that is. That's all that is. This is what we call a matchup zone look. This is the zone that has essentially eliminated the back to the basket post entry that we saw commonly in the 90s. So when people cry about these players not being able to go to the post, I want you guys to see this is why. Because if you have a great big in today's game, and if you want to continuously send them to the block, just like the Lakers were doing with Anthony Davis early in this year, I'm just going to go into my matchup zone. I'm going to load up the paint, and you're not even going to be able to get clean entries into the paint, especially with a 24-second shot clock ticking down.
Hanging around in the paint without a single other Cavs player near him. He's ready to contest LeBron's shot, making it way harder for him to score. This play would be a violation against the Knicks for illegal defense if this was the 1990s. We can see this exact same play with Charles Barkley actually in 1994, except there's nobody patrolling the paint because defenders were not allowed to do that back then.
Now, I want y'all to see the difference. Now, for the people that want to act like these matchup zones are irrelevant and don't necessarily mean anything, the best player on the floor in this clip right here, Charles Barkley, has the ball. Similar to in the last clip where we saw LeBron James, the best player on the floor, had the ball. Everybody in the arena knows that Barkley is a dominant attacking the basket. But why is the rim not even being protected? You see no help shaded over there. This is just the ISO situation. And the guy that's guarding Barkley is completely on an island. And if Barkley is able to be, which we know Barkley was a great player, one-on-one, especially in that mid-post, he's going to get cooked. There's no defense that can help that quickly. There's no defense that can rotate that quickly to go help this guy out on this island with Charles Barkley. Look under the basket, you guys. And this is in an era where, remember, as you guys say, three-point shooting was not being accentuated. So if all of these guys are on the perimeter, leaving the paint wide open, and this is not even an era where three-point shooting was dominant, then why is nobody protecting the rim? They're not protecting the rim. They can't shade over in any type of zone looks because of the illegal defense. So when we say it was a handicap, this is why it was a handicap, because the best player could go ISO. And if the best player can attack the rim and beat one player, because in the game of basketball, you guys, that's what you want. You want to create the best matchups as possible. You don't play the game to always find an open guy on every single play. That does happen sometimes. But the thing is, you want to put the best players in the best situation to score. This is how easy it was to put the best player in the best situation to score. This is how easy it was. And we all know what's about to happen to this defender right here. He has Charles Barkley ISO with absolutely no rim protection because of the illegal defense. These guys are literally standing watching. They're basically saying, well, I hope you can hold your ground. Charles Barkley only has 35 points to this point. We can't do nothing for you. This is what they're saying. None of these guys standing. Look at the 4 defenders standing. None of them are even in a defensive stance. There's nothing that they can do. They're all standing vertically, straight up. But see, you guys will be the ones to tell me that this was the greatest defensive error of all time. You got the best big man of all time. I don't see one big man in the paint protecting rim. Hold on, Pagan says, I'm reaching now. How the hell am I reaching when you're looking at it on the screen? How am I reaching when you have Charles Barkley ISO in the mid post and not one defender is shaded over to help? If I play this clip, we all know what's about to happen to the defender. Let me just go ahead and just play it.
And then, of course, Barkley just gets an easy layup. Okay, so let's take a...
Like I just said, we all know what was going to happen when you can't shade over into like any type of zone look and you have Charles Barkley. Okay. Let me run it back. I don't know what's so hard about this, y'all. This is not rocket science to understand that the illegal defense handicapped teams defensively. This team on the court maybe could have been a capable defensive team had they have been allowed to play some type of zone, especially on a player like Charles Barkley. They can't. They're handicapped by the rules. So when you guys say that I'm saying these guys were scrubs defensively, I'm not saying that they're all scrubs defensively. They probably were very good defensively. I'm saying that the rules didn't allow them to be great in the team sense. Because obviously we know to stop a player like Charles Barkley, you need to have a great team defense. The rules prevented defenses from even having great team defenses. This is why when Jordan advocated, and we're gonna go to that Chicago Tribune article where Jordan went into massive detail telling the NBA, please do not allow zones. It's going to stop my individual statistical dominance. We're going to get to that Chicago Tribune article later, but this is just a video evidence to showcase it. Look, we're going to play it one more time. Look, paint wide open. Y'all see the big red circle. What is Barkley going to do? Look, hold on. See, now once he makes his move, now I want y'all to tell me what defensive player can rotate that fast out of an illegal defense and save this man from getting barbecued by Charles Barkley. Please tell me what defense can rotate that fast unless you're already in help position. This is why when coaches teach defense today, they say, if you're on the weak side, stay on your help line so you actually have time to rotate. These guys can't even get in their help lines because of the illegal defense. They have to stay within arm's reach of their own man. They're handicapped. But you guys want to tell me that this was a great defensive error when they were handicapped by their own rules to even showcase any semblance of greatness defensively. It's a lie, y'all. We're going to play a little bit more of this. We're going to play a little bit more of it.
Barkley just gets an easy layup. Okay, so let's take a look at a few more plays with LeBron first. This play, you can see how Thiago Splitter is literally in the middle of nowhere, not even guarding anyone, but he's allowed to block LeBron from entering the paint. But that's fine because that type of defense...
Now, the funny thing is, Tim Duncan actually stated this. We had to guard LeBron with 5 guys. We had to guard LeBron with 5 guys. This is what Tim Duncan stated. Tim Duncan is one of the greatest defensive players of all time. Tim Duncan, one of the greatest individual defensive players of all time, said that we had to guard LeBron James with 5 players, not 1. For all the idiots out there saying that Bruce Brown by himself stopped LeBron, stop it. We see what Greg Popovich isn't that stupid. We see how they had to slow down LeBron. Do y'all see the numbers in here? So when people were saying, oh, LeBron should have just took over. All right, well, LeBron's trying to take over. It's kind of hard to take over when you got 3 guys zoned in and focused on you. It's in your face. It's in your face right here. Thiago Splitter's not even guarding anybody. He's solely focused on his zone read and stopping LeBron. And look, Danny Green's a good, capable defender. But they're not going to allow him to guard LeBron James ISO. They're not going to allow him to guard him ISO, y'all. Zone reads changed the game. Zone reads are one of the reasons why LeBron James has extended his game beyond the three-point line. And now we see him shooting more threes. So when you guys say, oh, Jordan could have gotten good shooting threes, well, he didn't need to. As long as illegal defense existed, he didn't need to improve his game beyond 20 feet. He didn't need to. As long as illegal defense existed, he was going to be able to attack consistently, over and over, without much impediment. You guys say that these hard fouls existed, and that's fake news. It's all fake news. We're gonna play a little bit more. We're gonna let them keep cooking.
Is okay nowadays. But now here's a few clips of MJ playing against the Celtics. His Bulls teammates are standing off to the side to give him some space to ISO. As you can see, once he...
Oh man, oh man, oh man. Number 5 for the Celtics. They just left number 5 out there to get barbecue, y'all. Look at this, man. I want to know, how would you feel? Because look, the only guy that's in help under the basket, he has to actually run away so that he doesn't create an illegal defense. He actually had to run away and stay attached to his man. See, remember, the Bulls players knew, oh, y'all can't leave us. Y'all have to stay within arm's reach of us. So if we just space out to one side of the court, there's no way y'all could go rotate in time to help against Jordan. So when people say Jordan dropped 63, he was taking all practice shots against practice dummies. I bet none of y'all can even tell me who this number 5 guy is. One, he's already in a trash defensive stance. He's leaning over too much. He's leaning forward. He's about to get barbecued. And you see he's not stupid enough to stick no hand check out to slow Jordan up. Hey, y'all, I want y'all to know, where's this hand check? If there was ever a time to hand check, when you have Jordan ISO'd, if the hand check was effective, that would probably be the time to try it. I want you guys to explain to me, why did number 5 not attempt a hand check when Micahel Jordan was on him? If the hand check was so effective, why did they not try this shit? Number 5 is looking crazy out there right now. Scott Weidman. Look, all the great Celtic players on the floor. They got Scott Weidman on Jordan. I don't even know if we have any information on Scott Weidman. They might have deleted him from NBA.com. We're going to play this clip. We're just going to let you guys see what happens when you allow the greatest one-on-one player ever in NBA history to go one-on-one against Scott Weidman. This is what happens. Look, I will give Jordan that. I will give Jordan that. He is the greatest one-on-one player in NBA history. And this is what happens when you allow the greatest one-on-one player in NBA history to go one-on-one because of how the rules were constructed. Remember, they couldn't go zone to slow him down.
To ISO. As you can see, once he blows by his one defender, he can already get into the paint for a layup. Yes, the defense is still allowed to collapse on him, but only when he is about to attempt the shot. Like in this situation. For players as talented as MJ, though, it does not matter at that point. He already got into the paint, so it's basically a bucket or a foul. Now let's take a look at this clip of Kobe against the Celtics in the 2010 finals, after illegal defense was removed and zone was implemented. You have Ray Allen guarding him, but then you also have Rondo and Rasheed Wallace basically shadowing him in a zone. Even if he gets by Allen, the two other Celtics are sagging off their man so much that they'd be able to recover and still stop him from even getting into the paint. And you see, Kobe realizes this because he's basically getting sucked into a triple team 20 feet away from the basket. So he just settles for a long jumper instead.
Hold on, y'all. We got another basketball dummy comment. We got another basketball dummy comment on the screen. 4 defenders in the paint. MJ still scored. Saint X, let me tell you a little bit of something about defense. I'm going to tell you a little bit of something about defense. Once a great player gets in the paint, you are barbecued. The goal, if you just look at this zone right here, if you look on the screen, Saint X, they are not waiting until Kobe gets in the paint before they actually try to stop him. Because once you allow a great player to get into the paint, you give him too many options. The defense collapses. He can kick out to a ton of shooters. Great players can usually finish at the rim. Usually, if you're standing under the rim, when a guy has a running head start at you, you're not going to have enough momentum to contest. You're probably dealing with supreme athletes. That shit don't work. If you're helping in the paint, that's late. If you have late help, you're either going to get in foul trouble or you're going to get scored on consistently, which is what we saw with Jordan. If you allow Jordan to get in the paint, you're already barbecued. If you look at this defense by the Celtics, is there a reason why? I want you guys to ask yourself, there is a reason why you have 2 defenders shaded on Kobe outside of the paint. Hold on, it's on the screen, you guys. They don't want him to even get in the paint. That's the purpose of help defense. Help defense, especially if you go with no middle defense, because Ray Allen's chasing over, because if you go under, Kobe was a competent 3-point shooter. So you can't go under the screen. So he's chasing over, but he's also chasing over because he knows I can run Kobe into 2 players, which is a zone trap. Come on, y'all got to stop being basketball dummies. In real basketball, y'all, you don't want to allow anybody to get into the paint consistently, especially high-level guards. This dude said Jordan scored at the paint. Does it surprise him? First of all, he scored on the paint against a ton of guys that were rotating extremely late. Does it surprise me that he scored? No. And all you have to do is just go play basketball to know that. Saint X. And look, it's not just me. Like I said, just go play basketball. I just want you to go look up on like Facebook or Twitter. Just go find D1 runs, D2 runs, just solid runs where you have solid players on the court. Okay, I want you to go do that. Now, I want you to go stand in the paint. And when one of these 6'6" kids come flying through, I want you to come back and tell me how that worked out for you. Now that's what I want you to do. I want you to actually record it as well. I want you to go stand in the paint, just in some casual D1, D2 runs. We're not even talking about pros. And I want you to stand around in the paint, and I want to see how much you stop guys from scoring. Told y'all. That's stupid, man. You're like, I got to get y'all basketball intellect up. Just understand the game just at the slightest. Stop fighting the video. The video just exposes the truth. Stop fighting the truth. And then don't get mad at me because I'm actually showing people that 90s defense was not as cracked up as you guys say it was. It's not me. This is just how sports is. So, and this especially for a lot of you JDRs, the worst thing that this exposes, especially when you see how they guarded Kobe. Everybody says that Kobe was a copycat of Micahel Jordan. If he was a copycat of Micahel Jordan, but yet he had to score against defenses like this and still was able to win 5 championships. But we see the types of defenses that Jordan had to go up against. Nothing to this degree. Then why aren't you guys saying that Kobe is the GOAT? Because Kobe's route to 5 championships is much more difficult. But I understand why you guys want to push the narrative that the 90s defense was tough. You have to, I guess, to save your era. You have to. But it wasn't. I'm sorry to tell you, it just wasn't, man. Let's play a little bit more of the video, man.
Basket. So he just settles for a long jumper instead. If this happened when Jordan played, the ref would probably call like 2 illegal defense violations on both Rondo and Wallace. Here's another example, and this time it's Tracy McGrady playing against the Pistons. His defender is right here, but then you've got Chucky Atkins and Ben Wallace both shadowing him as well, preventing T-Mac from getting to the rim so easily. If they weren't there, T-Mac could just play one-on-one and just get to the rim and dunk it or draw a foul or something. But
another great player, y'all. We have another great player in Tracy McGrady on the perimeter. We just saw the clip with Charles Barkley and how they had to defend Charles Barkley with absolutely nobody under the rim. What Ben Wallace is doing right now in this clip was not allowed in the 90s. But they understand we cannot allow our player to defend Tracy McGrady by himself on the perimeter with guys not being in help position. So when you see Chauncey Billups, he has the high help strong side. We see Ben Wallace. Ben Wallace is over helping. A lot of people are going to say, why can't he just laser that pass into Ben Wallace's man? Because what? Ben Wallace is going to be smart. One of the reasons why Ben Wallace was a great defensive player, he's going to play with active hands. He's going to play that passing lane. The Pistons are going to play that passing lane. So that pass, even though it looks open with the length of the Pistons at that time, T-Mac was never going to get that pass through. I don't care how you throw it. It would take an exceptional guard to get that pass through. So they got backside help. They got strong side help. They're going to make T-Mac score on 3 people. Unlike what we saw with Jordan and Charles Barkley, who could go. And look, what are they doing, you guys? I want you to look at the footing of Billups and Ben Wallace. What is Ben Wallace doing? He's helping outside of the lane lines. Okay, I want to ask you guys, because remember what St. X said. Jordan scored in the paint against 4 people. Can you guys please tell me why Ben Wallace is helping outside of the lane lines? Because you don't want great players getting into the paint. There's a reason why we say in coaching, help outside of the lane lines. If you guys talk to any of my players, I say help outside of the lane lines so much, they get tired of hearing it. I always say rotate. When you rotate in your help, you help outside of the lane lines. I could bring my players on and they tell you, I say it about 100 times in every practice. Help outside of the lane lines. If you help under the rim, you're going to get dunked on. We're about to go play Overtime Elite on January 12th. I said, y'all motherfuckers better go help outside the lane lines or we're going to be posterized all over Baller's life come January. Help outside of the lane lines. It stops great players. Herm, I'm really curious, Herm, to see if you're able to actually come in here and refute this. All right. I'm really curious to see how you refute the video evidence. This is how you guard star players. You cannot guard great scores with one player.
Wallace and Atkins here are ready to steal the ball or stop his dribble or something like that. So just like Kobe, he settles for a mid-range jump shot, which is obviously a less efficient shot than one in the paint. Now, here's Jordan playing against the Pistons back then. He only has one defender on him and nobody can shadow him, and it's only until he actually gets to the rim where the other Pistons defenders are actually allowed to contest him. But just like in his other play against the Celtics, it's too late at this point, and he already gets a good...
What did I just tell you guys? These fools on the Pistons, really, I don't even want to call them fools. I don't even want to call them fools because they are only playing defense based on how the rules were constructed. But what are they doing different? We just saw 2 clips on how teams were guarding LeBron, preventing him from getting Kobe, preventing him from getting into the paint at all. T-Mac preventing him from getting to the paint at all, making these guys settle for tough jumpers. If Micahel Jordan gets into the paint, you're barbecued. Now, if this Piston defense right here, if they were afforded the ability to zone up and these guys could actually already be loaded up into help outside of the lane lines, this Jordan basket would not be so easy. But once Jordan gets into the paint with a full head of steam, I don't care who you send. If you have a great athlete and a great player, they're going to finish because the help rotations are too late. Players like St. X was going to look at this clip and say, "Oh, Jordan scored on 3 players." No, Jordan scored on a whole bunch of late rotations, right? Because the best way to stop a great player is to prevent him from getting to his spots. We're going to run this back. Look at this. Now, look at the help, you guys. We just saw the help with Kobe, where they had the 2 Celtics guards preventing him from getting into the paint. And then we just saw the help with T-Mac. The 2 Pistons players shifted over outside of the lane lines, preventing any drive. You see how late this help was? You got 2 guys literally under the goddamn rim, and you got Micahel Jordan driving. And we wonder why Jordan has so many posters? Y'all really wonder why Jordan has so many posters? That's late help. I get on my players about this all the time. If you help late, you're going to get cooked in the game of basketball. Now, was it late help because they were bad defensively? No, they was late help because they were handicapped because of the illegal defense. I don't know if they could, maybe they could have been a much better defensive team. I don't know. But we know the way illegal defense was constructed here. One, this guy right here, and let's see if he actually hand checked Jordan this time. Okay, so we have a defender on Jordan. The first thing I see is he's smart. He's not stupid enough to do this hand check that you guys say was so effective, right? Jordan's still able to get to his spot, right? So Jordan's looking to use the pick and roll. Jordan rejects the screen. We're going to see how Jordan reacts. Jordan drives. Now, Jordan drives. Actually, so the on-ball defender, I can't blame the on-ball defender because the one thing that he's done is he's allowing Jordan to drive baseline, which would be 100% exactly what my strategy would be if I had to have a team defend Micahel Jordan. But with the zone implementation, this man under the rim, y'all see this guy under the rim? I would not have him under the rim. I would have him loaded up on ball side outside of the lane lines to meet Micahel Jordan before he even gets into the paint. And then that guy standing next to him in the paint, he would take low man. That's low man responsibility. The game handicapped defenses. So if the game in and of itself handicapped defenses, how can you guys run around and say this was the greatest defensive era of all time? It's been all a lie. It's been all a lie. Look at that. The help was too late. These guys are under the rim, and they're going to get barbecued by a guy like Micahel Jordan. Herm says, play this link. Herm, you can come on. I'm not playing any of your links. You could go create a video. You can do exactly what I'm doing if you think you can refute this. I'm not clicking no links. I'm not playing your videos. I want you to come home. I want you to refute this. Because I'm not even clicking links right here. These are all pre-downloaded videos. When I start clicking links, the bandwidth slows up. StreamYard starts acting funny. I'm not clicking no links, Herm. Herm says, y'all easy work. No, Herm, I think it's been quite the opposite, Herm. Everywhere you've been on every single platform, you've gotten barbecued, even on Ticket. And it's not even very hard to win a debate on Ticket TV. You allowed Mookie, NBA Listery to cook you. I don't even know if you can go back to Banks' channel. They barbecued you so much. This might be the only platform where you have a safe zone, where we ain't going to barbecue you to the degree to send you to the ether realm where you don't come back like Jones 23. I'm just saying, Herm, it's commonly known. You have been, when you went to Showtime channel, the common theme about Herm is that you go everywhere and you get completely barbecued. And that's just not me talking, Herm. That's the only reason why I know that, Herm, is from the video. And from the video, I've seen you get barbecued. Hold on. Let me do this real quick. Hold on. Before we continue on with this cooking, y'all. And look, y'all, in 30 minutes, y'all, man, we got a crazy debate coming, man. In 30 minutes, we got a debate coming, man. We got Micahel Jester, man. I haven't seen him in the chat yet, but hopefully Micahel Jester pulls up. Young Africa's still in the chat, man. We got Micahel Jester. It's the headline debate, man. Micahel Jester and Young Africa. 30 minutes. We got an epic debate coming. But until then, look, I'm gonna be dropping the link here in a second anyway, Herm. I'm gonna drop the link here in a second. All right, before I do that, man, let me drop this in here real quick. Just while we talked about coaching and everything, I'm dropping this in the chat. Look, y'all. Check out. Let's help support the GCU men's club basketball team. We're trying to raise money to get a Dr. Dish shooting machine. All right. It's going to cost us about $2,500. It's just not in our budget. All right. So if you want to donate to helping us get that shooting machine, when you send your donation, make sure you put GCU in the notes so I know where to allocate it. All right. If you just want to support the channel, just send the cash up with your comment, whatever you want to say. But we are trying to raise money. We got to get ourselves a shooting machine right now. And we'll talk about our team later. We're sitting at 11-1. We about to play the #1 prep team in the country come January 12th, Overtime Elite. We're ranked number 3 in the country, and we actually do defend. We actually do help outside of the lane lines. All right. That's what we do. Hold on, y'all. Let me play it. I'm gonna play a little bit more of this video, and then I'm going to go ahead and drop the link. I'm gonna have people like Herm come in, and I'm sure that even after seeing the video breakdown, he's going to try to lie. It's gonna. I'm just here to get a few laughs because I'm curious to see what excuses. Even though we're playing the video, he's saying that I'm being selective. No, I'm not being selective. This is just facts. But we're going to play a little bit more of this real quick. Hold on one second, y'all. Let me do this.
Actually allowed to contest him. But just like in his other play against the Celtics, it's too late at this point, and he already gets a good shot at the rim. Additionally, if Jordan drives to the rim and doesn't actually put up a shot, yet the defense still collapses on him, then it's very likely that they're going to call an illegal defense violation on the Pistons if they end up getting caught in the middle between MJ and the man that they were supposed to be guarding. Basically, my point is that even though Jordan is without question the greatest one-on-one scorer ever, it was a lot easier back then for him to score in those one-on-one situations than it is today. After 2001, it was a lot harder for ISO superstars to score. And as a result, the teams have adapted as well. Isolation basketball is not as efficient as it is before, even if you did have a superstar ISO player. So over the years, the NBA has started to move away from it, and instead, now they use more pick and rolls because it generates better looks and more open shots. That's also another reason why every team in the league wants to surround their star player with shooters to space the floor, because then the defenders can't sag off as much since they don't want to give up like a wide open shot to a 43 shooter. That's why the best players in the league, like LeBron for example, are so deadly when he's surrounded by 4 shooters, because opposing defenses have to pick their poison. Either let LeBron go one-on-one and stay on their man, or double team him and hope the open shooter misses. Anyway, that's pretty much how the illegal defense rules have changed isolation basketball over the years. People always talk about how Jordan would be so much more dominant in today's game because there's no hand checking. But they never mentioned how he'd probably have a more difficult time playing against the new zone defenses as well. It was a lot harder for guys like Kobe, T-Mac, or Iverson, for example, because the new defense rules were implemented in 2001, during the middle of their careers. So they didn't have like any time to adjust to it, and they had to change up their game on the spot. Most people have speculated that the real reason the NBA implemented the zone change was because of Shaq's dominance in the paint. And it definitely makes sense. Shaq was just dominating everyone at that time. But still, even players like LeBron and D. Wade, who came into the NBA in 2003, still grew up playing with the old rules. So they were also at a disadvantage when they came into the league, so they had to adapt. Most kids today, though, are taught from a very young age about how to play against the zone defense. So that's why we see most of the young players today are already accustomed to it. And that's all, folks. I hope you enjoyed that video, and I didn't make it to
Great video right there, man. We've heard Gilbert Arenas talk about this. We heard Lou Williams talk about it. We just saw a comprehensive breakdown on how players like Jordan were able to take advantage of illegal defenses. Defenses were compromised because they couldn't help. But then we saw the struggles of how much more difficult and methodical players like Kobe, T-Mac, and LeBron have to be because defenses take away a lot of their best reads. Well, and we're going to talk about Jordan, the Chicago. I was just saving that for when Herm came on because I'm about to drop that link now. Let me drop that link now. If you want to join the live panel, feel free to come on. We got about 30 minutes to cook before we start our debate. So we got about 30 minutes to cook on this before we get Young Africa and Mingo Jester in here for the debate number 1 of the night, man. Join that live panel, man. He says, Lamont trolled. I'm not trolling Jordan. Oaktown ain't. I got Jordan as the GOAT. But I'm just not going to fall for the fake news. Like, I understand Jordan. Like I said, when I said that Jordan was the GOAT, I said he dominated his era like no other player. I don't have to run the 6-0. Did Jordan take advantage of the illegal defenses rules and make most of his career? Yes. Jordan made the best of the rules were what they are, and Jordan made the most of it. I cannot knock Jordan for that. Right? I still have him as the GOAT. He died just like I like to put Bill Russell up there. He says your debate got canceled. I don't know what you're talking about, DJ. I don't know what that means. Salute to Young Africa in there. He says there's no way you have Jordan as the GOAT at this point. See, now you just negating the truth. I've been had Jordan as my GOAT. I've explained why Jordan is the GOAT. I've explained why the 6-0 argument does a disservice to Jordan. Especially if you don't give the 6-0 logic to Scottie Pippen. All right, hold on. We got 4 people in the backstage. Mingo, no, we're not going to say Mingo backed out. Mingo said he'll be here, so we're going to give him some time to be here, to get here. You said, Lamont, read Mingo's comment. Mingo commented? I didn't even see Mingo comment. I'm tripping. Hold on. We got Mahari in here. We got Ace Sturdy. We got Herm. We got Martez Graham, man. Salute to everybody that pulled up.
What's up?
Hold on. Martez dropped out. But hold on. Let's go ahead and get to Herm. Herm said I was.
Yeah, I want to hear this. I'm gonna get out the way and listen.
I am so curious to hear how I was capping when I know my forte as a coach is defense. Look, my offense. I usually just give my guys a ton of freedom just to go out there and make smart plays. I coach defense, though. So you're going to have to really say some really strong points to get me to change my mind.
What I was saying in the chat and everything, it was like, in the day, those are cherry pick clips, cherry pick films, because it was great defensive teams in the 80s and 90s. Where are they? It's a lot of
name one great defensive team.
You tell me in the 80s or 90s, great defensive team.
Let's go to the 90s. Let's outside of the Chicago Bulls. Okay,
you I
get you. Hold on. Let's go. Okay, so Herman, I'm gonna get to you, Martez, as well. Now, I want you to tell me. I want you to name a great defensive team, and then tell me what defensive scheme made them great. Because usually, great teams have a defensive scheme that coincides with their greatness.
But that era was a whole different era. That's what I'm saying. Like you could find defensive lapses in every area.
No, Herm. Just give me time. I'm just telling you. Herm, I'm not trying to trap you. Y'all keep thinking I'm throwing these trap questions.
No. I know you not, but I'm just saying that's what I was on. Really.
Okay. No. On Herm. I'm just saying if you're gonna push the logic that there were these great defensive teams in the '90s, tell me one great defensive team. And tell me the defensive philosophy that coach gave them to make them so great.
In the 90s. What was great to me in the 90s defense? But I know you go pick apart that Knicks. That Knicks team was a good defensive team.
I know. And now tell me what made them great. What defensive philosophy made them great?
I mean, they was great on ball defenders. Played a lot of 90 feet because you had guys like the Derek Harpers and the Rare John
I know,
Starkers.
but what was their defensive philosophy? I mean, were they great at? What was their
I
forte?
mean, first of all, you had a great rim protector in Patrick Ewing, so you could play aggressive. You could play real aggressive and take a lot of chances, which they did take a lot of chances because they did have that center in Patrick Ewing that can protect the rim.
I know who their personnel was.
Yeah, but I'm just saying for a principle, they mainly in that era anyway.
So you're telling me you have a great defensive team, and you can't even tell me a philosophy?
No, what I'm saying, they was aggressive man-to-man playing physical, and they took a lot of chances. But when you got a guy like Patrick Ewing, a great rim protector, which he was at that time, they was a real great defensive team because of their physicality. Because of their physicality. I mean, they played zone too. The Knicks played some zone. Yes, they did. Pat Riley
did not play zone, man. Stop it, man. They did not play zone.
It's in the New York Times on the month. You can pull up articles in the New York Times that they were playing zone.
Bro, the zone was a zone.
I'm saying they played it though. I'm not saying that they did it all the time, but they played it, implemented.
Okay, Herm.
That's what I'm saying. They implemented boxing 1, 2, 3. They played 3-2 for crying out loud. They played 3-2 for crying out loud. It's tape on that.
But Herm, you're just making stuff up.
It's tape on that, Lamar.
For one, hold on. I'm gonna mute you, Herm, because all I want you to do now, I need you to go find me the video clip of the New York Knicks playing 3-2 zone. Y'all heard what he said. A coach in Pat Riley who absolutely hated zones, right? He talks about it in an expose, in about a 4-hour expose on why he hated zones. So you're telling me that a coach that hated zones ran 3-2 zone with the Knicks. I want you to really go find that clip. But this is how 90s fans will lie to you, and they'll say anything to push a point with absolutely no evidence to back it up. Because the thing is, I had to listen to this 4-hour coaching expose when I went to a coaching seminar in North Carolina. 4-hour expose from Pat Riley. He talked about why he hated zones. So you're telling me that Pat Riley loved them and had a 3-2 zone even in an era where zones were banned. You got to really do some digging to explain that one to me, Herm. The 3-2 zone by the Knicks. That's not what made them great defensively. I actually know what made them great defensively. It's sad that you, a 90s fan, don't even know. Let me go to we got some new faces in here. I think at least they new to me. They might have been, you guys might have been subscribers here for a minute, man. Let me go ahead and get to Martez Graham, man. What are your thoughts, man? Is the 90s defense a myth?
It is, but it is. I just think 90s basketball was more of a jump shooting basketball. Because back then, when you were taught playing basketball, if you were the tallest person in your school or on the team, whatever, you were going to be taught to play with your back to the basket. So the defense was, more physical. We're going to foul you, no easy baskets, and force people to shoot jump shots. That's what 90s basketball was. That's just me, what I think.
Do you believe that the defenses, I'm not going to go as far as to say that they were bad defensively. I'm saying that most of the teams were handicapped because of the illegal defense. You can't be the best defensive team if you can't even play help defense because the rules limited how you were able to help on players like Jordan. And we saw the difference on how Jordan, the help was always late because of the legal defense. Jordan took advantage of it. But then we saw the difference on how teams guarded T-Mac and Kobe, where they were already loaded up on the help side, made it extremely difficult. And they had to score through zone looks as opposed to ISO matchups. I'm not using this to knock Jordan. Jordan took it. He used the rules to his advantage.
You're right.
He dominated. And other players had the opportunity to dominate to the same degree that Jordan did had they have been able to take advantage of the rules. So you cannot knock Jordan for taking advantage of the rules. This is why I don't lower him on my rankings. He's still the GOAT, but it is a handicap.
I'm with you. I'm just think that's why I just tell people all the time, people who played in the 90s, if they could play in today's league, somebody like Glenn Robinson could play today. He ain't even got to play no defense, but you got to play defense on him or he gonna kill you. It were players in the 90s that not even have to be Michael Jordan or Scottie Pippen. It was other players that's playing back then. People like Robert Platt. Robert Platt was a top defensive player, and he's going to give you 25. People forgot about Robert Platt. Never talk about it. Denver Nuggets. So it's a lot of people who played good individual defense because it was no zone. But if you got caught in it, then, that's what it was. Michael Jordan took advantage of that.
I don't know if Robert Pack could give you 25.
Well, he had some nights where he was giving you 25 and 30.
I mean, he was good. He had maybe 1 or 2 good years. I don't know if he giving nobody no 25 though.
Oh yeah. He had some 40 nights and 30 nights. I brought that up.
So did Cedric Ceballos, but ain't nobody really worried about no Cedric Ceballos too heavily.
I mean, you're not but if Cedric Ceballos played today, Cedric Ceballos is a problem.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is if they couldn't do it in the 90s where they had all the ISO looks that they wanted, and then you're asking me if that will translate into an era where they can load up ball side and take away half your offensive game, and you have to be a non-pattern player just to really go in there and do those things. So you're telling me he could do it against much tougher defenses, but they didn't average 25 in the 90s against weaker defenses.
They're not much tougher defenses because you forget the people who are playing defenses now, half of them aren't even 200 pounds. So it's a different game because
that's probably a good thing. They can actually move laterally.
But they're not even people now are not even trying to take it to the rack to create fouls. Everybody wants to shoot the ball instead of take it to the hole and try to create the foul right there. They're not even doing it.
So Ja Morant's not a physical guard?
That's one.
James Harden?
James Harden ain't physical at all, period. He's trying to shoot. He's a shooter.
James Harden is a physical guard. He engages the defensive player every time. He does not like to operate in space. He uses his arms. He uses his body when he goes in. It creates space when he finishes. Makes tough layups. These are physical guards. Jimmy Butler is a physical guard. Paul George is a physical guard. Kawhi Leonard is a physical player.
He's a physical player when he's playing, but you ain't physical if you don't even play. He don't even play enough.
If you talk about injuries, but these are still, when they are healthy, these are still physical guards.
I consider you physical if you shoot a lot of jump shots. That's just me.
Okay, but Jordan shot more jump shots than a ton of people, but he was still a physical guard. Because Kobe was a physical guard, even though he took a ton of jumpers, he was a physical guard.
Because he could play with his back to the basket and be physical. But now,
Kobe could play back to the basket sometimes, but he had to face up a lot because teams would zone up against him.
Right. If against the zone, what are you supposed to do? You're supposed to cut, right? Pass and cut and try to split the zone. You don't supposed to just stand there and try to shoot over the zone.
The one thing about a zone is what type of zone are they playing? You're not passing and cutting through a 1-3-1 matchup zone. It just don't work like that.
Not through a 1-3-1, but they weren't playing no zone. So right now they might play a zone if they play the 1-3-1. If they got a 1 at the top, we're gonna put 2 on the outside.
We got Elder. Elder says those guys are wings, not guards. It's positionless basketball, Elder. It's positionless basketball. They're playing on the perimeter.
But if there was a Shaq now or any big player who could play with their back to the basket, he would kill those guys.
If there was a Shaq now or any good player that could play back to the basket, they would struggle more today because of the matchup zone principles that I just showed you on video. Because we just saw Shaq and LeBron on the floor. As good as Shaq was, and he still had a little left in the tank at that time, why wasn't he on the post in that clip, posting up with LeBron throwing the entry pass? Because you had a guy shaded over all the way in help side that would front the post. You would have Shaq's man on the backside, and then you would have another guy on the back. And then you still had the on-ball defender praying pressure on the entry pass. His only job in a matchup zone, the guy at the top of a matchup zone, his job, he doesn't have to even keep his man in front. His job is just to be the biggest ball pest as possible. Shift the guy one way, max ball pressure if he picks up the dribble, make that pass. Any pass that's thrown in the zone, as long as it's a lob pass, you've done your job. If teams can make direct passes in the zone, they're going to beat your zone. And that's all they have to do.
And the Orlando Magic Shaq would thrive in it because he was very athletic.
Everybody says, look,
he was a freak of nature.
But the thing is, let's not give these players something that we never saw. The one thing that we see today is that if the back to the basket game was that sweet, players would do it. It's not sweet anymore. This is why they have to resort to pick and roll. It's not sweet anymore.
They can't do it anymore.
It does not make sense to go back to the basket when all I have to do is go matchup zone against you.
What great post player that is in this area.
Joel Embiid can go back to the basket.
Why you don't do it then?
Because of the matchup zones.
Well.
We literally just saw at the beginning of the year when Anthony Davis, the Lakers would all go 4 out. Anthony Davis went in on the block, and they would try to dump it into him. And that shit looked horrible because he would be going up on 3 players.
That's not his game.
But I do want to say,
hold on. If you guard AD 1-on-1, Back to the basket, he's going to destroy you every time.
But
they were shading 3 guys towards Anthony Davis every time he touched the ball, and the Lakers were getting cooked. And everybody was saying AD was weak, but then when they just started going all pick and roll, and AD was roll heavy, then he started looking like an MVP candidate.
The defense determines what kind of offense what you're doing. That's all I know.
Exactly. And if your defense is hampered by illegal defense, I'm going to go ISO heavy.
I'm going to put 2. If you got 2, I'm going to put 1.
Okay. Hey, not to break up your conversation here, brother. But, it's Christmas time. You know what I'm saying?
What's up, Bees?
Hey, what up, Mari? What up, Herb?
What up, bro?
Salute, Bees. Salute, man.
Hey, the 2 fellas that owe me my money, bro, give me my money. All right.
Bees is saying, "Give me my money or else."
Hey, Bees, I feel your pain, man. I got a lot of money out there on YouTube too, man. I got a lot of money.
Hold on. Hold on. Let me read this real quick. He says, in the matchup zones today, players like Shaq would kill them over the top on offensive rebounds. Nobody could stop them. First of all, in this era, it wouldn't just be offensive rebounds galore because teams shoot more threes. And more threes lead to long rebounds, which is why we see guards averaging 6 and 7 and 8 rebounds a game. Teams are taking more threes, rebounds are long, guards are getting more rebounds. So that would affect his numbers. So that necessarily wouldn't even be true with the offensive rebounds. And nobody's just going to use Shaq as an offensive rebounding threat. That's the only way he can score. I mean, what teams are going to do is they're going to probably put Shaq, if you have him on offense, you're going to allow him to screen and roll and be a force off the roll. And that's where he would have to learn how to thrive. But back to the basket, he consistently would not have the same success.
Hey, Lamont, you mind if I speak for a minute?
Yeah, let me go to I wanted to go to Kevin Thomas next. And then we'll go right to you.
All right. Hey, that's all I want to say, man. Hey, what's the dude name? The YouTube dude?
Who's that?
Owe me my money, bro.
Oh, you got the locker room and you got Sports Critic, I think.
No,
what's Real Debates.
Hey, you being paid, bro. The interest clock is gonna kick in tomorrow.
Well, you ain't gonna see Real Debates.
Probably not.
Hold on, no, Bees. The locker room already confirmed he got you Monday and next week.
Oh, okay. Well, locker room.
Locker room's solid. Real Debates. He's been kind of back and forth, man. Hopefully he pulls up, man.
All right. Peace. Hey, Merry Christmas to everybody.
Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas to you too.
Let me get to Kevin Thomas. He's been waiting patiently, man. I'm gonna get.
Yeah, go. Let him speak, Vance, and I'll go after him.
Go ahead, Kevin Thomas, man. Appreciate you pulling up, though.
Oh no, y'all can hear me?
Yeah, we hear you.
All right. Yeah, man. I tell people all the time, man, that they didn't really play that good defense in the 90s, man. I think that's why Jordan was able to be so successful. I tell people all the time, name a great guard defender in the 90s besides Gary Payton.
Derek Harper.
Repeat that.
Derek Harper.
Ron Harper.
Yep, there's 2 right there. 2 more.
He played on the same team as Jordan, though.
Now, Derek Harper didn't. Derek Harper was a good defender.
Can you name 5?
I
mean, you didn't say name 5 at first. You just said you can't name another.
And look, and I know I kind of get the point that he's going. I understand the sentiment he's trying to push. But great individual defenders do not make a great defensive team. And you need a great.
That's why I wanted to ask you.
You need a great 5-man unit. Because the thing is, you can have the best on-ball defender on Jordan on the perimeter. I don't care who you put on there. Let's say you put a Ron Harper out there. Ron Harper is going to get cooked every day if you don't have good help side defense. He's going to get cooked. So I don't care who you put on Jordan. I don't care who you put on these great ISO scorers. I don't care who individually. If you don't have great help defense, you're going to get cooked. And with the illegal defense, with teams not able to rotate and help in time, you will get obliterated. That's where you would get destroyed. I don't care how good you are. You're not stopping great scores in the NBA with one player. It takes a team effort, and illegal defense prevented teams from being great team-wise. Individually, you have great individual defenders. I don't doubt that Ron Harper, Gerald Wilkins, all these guys individually were great. But in the team concept, we were never going to see the best defense that could have potentially played by 90s teams as long as they were handicapped with illegal defense.
That's true.
That's what I'm saying. I don't, like I said, I'm not knocking them. I'm not, like a lot of people like Elder going to think I'm calling these guys scrubs. They may very well have been good. This is not, but it's 5-on-5. It's not 1-on-1. And when you got the help defenders having a second guess if they can help, if they cannot help, and they can't just go help. As we saw in the clips, they were helping under the basket, not outside the lane lines. And this is why Jordan got so many bodies at the rim. That's the number one way to get dunked on, is to go help under the rim. Any coach in the basketball history will tell you that. Go help under the rim. You're going to get dunked on. Help outside the lane lines, you're going to get a ton of charges. Or you're going to get a ton of stops. He says Jace's defense was better in the 90s. That's why they half-court game. I don't know what that means. That really doesn't bring any context to the situation, nor did you give any real breakdown. But, Jay, you can hit the link and tell us why you think defenses in the 90s were better. Because nobody here – I'm still yet to hear it. I want to get to Mahari next. But tell me, if they work better, tell me what schemes made them better. Go ahead, Mahari.
Yes, sir. So I want to make sure happy holidays to everybody in the chat. You know what I mean? And I said I can show you guys right here. Here's my shirt right here. Being silly on a Christmas Eve, as you know what I'm saying. So, and also on the record too, I have roasted Lamont on the Hall of Fame talk many times before because he knows he likes to be a little bit too ignorant a lot of the time. And I've had to come down here and bring his ass back to earth, especially on the Chris Webber thing. I'm not gonna let that shit slide. But to stay on subject here, bro. And you know I just fuck with you, man. You know I fuck with you. You know what I'm saying? But anyway, to back on subject here. I will tell you this, that the way I look at the 90s now, I look at it as more of an isolation, more of a high scoring era than it was a quote unquote defensive era. There's some physical elements to the game? Of course, even today. But when you look at, and this is what I tell people all the time, look at how defenses are structured back then in comparison to now. The illegal defenses, all right? The defensive 3 seconds, hand checking. Bro, I play basketball for a living. If you put your front foot in front of me, bro, either I'm going to go by you or I will break your freaking ankles. Tim Hardaway and Kevin Johnson used to do that regularly when anybody's hand checking them. And also, don't forget this. Derek Harper was the master of the hand check back then. Because what he used to do, he would put his arm out right there and try to stop you from dribbling and make you go to his side to try to steal the ball from you. When they took away the hand checking rule during the 94-95 season, he was ineffective. He couldn't hand check anymore. He had to use more of his feet, and he became a trash defender. You understand what I'm saying? And the reason why Jordan was able to have a lot of them high scoring games, and I love Micahel Jordan. He's my favorite player. But remember, he basically lobbied hard to take away zone defenses. And Lamont can attest to this. Remember when T-Mac approached Jordan saying, like, man, I'm facing these zone defenses. What am I supposed to do? What did Jordan say? He said, go to the league offense and tell them to get rid of them zone defenses. Lobby hard for that shit. Remember that, Lamont?
I got it right. I got Jordan's exact statements right here.
Yeah, read that statement because it clarifies a major point about illegal
Jordan
defense.
says, this is from the Chicago Tribune. Jordan says, I never liked zones. He says, I felt like that's a lazy way to play defense, and with them, you can eliminate a lot of the stars making things happen. He says, there you go. A couple of times I got in and I just couldn't finish at the rim. He said he was talking about he was actually talking about after playing against the Houston Rockets, again, one of the only teams with the personnel where they were known for disguising a lot of their zone looks because they had the speed on the perimeter to do it. And he shot 11 for 28 that game. And he says, there's not anybody on this planet who can stop me one-on-one. And that's what he talked about right there, which I agree. Jordan was the best one-on-one player we've ever seen, one-on-one wise. But when we talk about the zone implementation, He said, but there was one that might be bothersome, the zone defense. It was a topic at last All-Star game, and Jordan was making an impassioned plea before the competition committee that had gathered to consider rule changes to bring back zone in the NBA. It says Jordan spoke passionately. He stated if teams were able to play zone defenses, he said he would have never had the career that he did. Jordan made an impassioned plea to the NBA to not bring back zones because it would stifle his greatness and it would eliminate his ability to go one-on-one. Hey, look, that's not me saying it. If y'all have an issue with that, y'all need to go find a way to communicate with Micahel Jordan and explain to him you shouldn't say these things publicly because it kills our debate narratives.
There you go.
Y'all gotta get on Jordan.
See, Jordan said that himself, and I'm a Jordan fan, and I'm telling you right now, he said that because he knew he couldn't score against a zone defense. Because if you put a defender behind the back, one defender on the other side, and another defender on the other, all right? Anytime he tries to go drive in the lane, he can't. He would either have to pull up or shoot the ball or get the ball up or shoot a contested jump shot with a hand in the face.
So does that discredit Jordan from being a GOAT?
No,
it doesn't discredit him for being the GOAT, but what I'm telling you is that the rules during that period of time allowed him to do a lot of things on the offensive side of the ball that made him great. We're not taking away his greatness. Jordan did what he had to do because he knew how great he was, and he knew that the NBA was going to listen to him because he was their marquee star. I mean, it's not difficult to figure that out.
And Kevin, just like when Wilt, like I said, I don't knock Wilt because there was one point in time Wilt knew he couldn't shoot free throws. So you know what he would do? He would just jump and dunk the ball.
Yeah, he would jump from the free throw line.
You know what the league said? They said, hold on. We didn't intend for this shit to be this way. They made the rule changes. See, what I'm saying is if you dominate and you just take advantage of the rules as constructed, I can't knock you for it.
Exactly.
Jordan just took advantage of the illegal defense to a degree that no one else did.
Oh, and one more thing, Lamont. One more thing. One last thing, too. Remember when Wilt Chamberlain met with Micahel Jordan during All-Star Weekend in '97 when they were commemorating the 50 greatest players of all time?
Yeah.
What Wilt Chamberlain said was, they made the rules harder for me so I wouldn't dominate. They changed the rules for you so you would dominate easily.
Damn.
Exactly. That's what Wilt Chamberlain said directly to Micahel Jordan, and Wilt Chamberlain was right. You look at all the rules they did to Wilt Chamberlain back in the day, they tried to limit him.
Let me ask A11 Gravy. A11 Gravy. Wow. Again, one, I want you to explain what your name means. And then two, I want you to answer if Jason Terry by himself could lock up LeBron, then why did the Dallas Mavericks play multiple zone reads against that Cleveland team? So if it was about just going, if they saw that Jason Terry just one-on-one could stop LeBron, why didn't they just man up on everybody else and just leave Jason Terry on this island? If it was just that easy. Because Mark Cuban explained that they played one of the most intricate zones that he's ever seen. And he says LeBron continuously made the right reads. And he said it was really a ton of the other guys that couldn't understand the type of zone that they were playing. So again, you say, again, this is another myth that people like to push. Now, did LeBron play great basketball in 2011? No. But let's not act like it was all Jason Terry locking up LeBron. They had a great defensive scheme, which was not predicated on one player stopping LeBron. It was a team stopping LeBron. That's what I'm saying. I don't care if you guys talk about 2011. Just don't lie about it like A11 Gravy does. Just talk about it like you understand basketball. They zoned up. They slowed the Miami Heat down. They confused them. They confused LeBron. They won the series. Give LeBron his ether for losing. They probably should have won. They probably should have found a way to figure it out, but they didn't.
There you go.
Don't lie and say Jason Terry locked up LeBron.
And here's the other thing, too. What happened to Jason Terry when he got dunked on when he was in Boston? All right, I don't want to hear nothing. And if you're going to give the same heat to LeBron James, what he deserves, give the same heat to Kobe Bryant in 2004.
Hold on. Where is Mingle Jester, y'all? Where is Mingle Jester?
And yeah, and then as I was saying, too, if you're going to give the same heat to LeBron, give it to Kobe Bryant for 2004. And also, don't forget, Kobe said on tape when he did the interview with Shaq, he took responsibility for that 2004 NBA Finals loss and more in depth. But the bottom line is, Kobe Bryant lost that series because he tried to prove that he was the number one dog instead of letting Shaq do his thing, dominating the paint, and then running his role as a second-tier superstar. There you go.
Hold on, we got Sturdy in here. Sturdy, I want to hear Sturdy's thoughts on this because I still haven't even heard Sturdy cook on this. What are your thoughts on that?
What I'm going to do, I'm just going to provide context of what the league was dealing with and why certain rules implemented, right? So, like Lamont, let's just you in your bag today. That's what I wanted. I wanted you to get in your coaching bag, start showing the film and start explaining basic concepts. We need more of this, all right? Number two, in regards to the hand checking, people, believe it or not, hand checking has always been involved in the game. And quote unquote, the way people describe it anyway, right? The league has actually been trying to make that game more marketable since 1978 in particular. They've been trying to eliminate the hand checking since then. They did it. They started a rule change in 1978. They followed up in 1995, I believe, in the 90s. And then they did it again in the mid 2000s. So the point is, during that time in the 90s, the league had a problem. The pace was slowing down because the shooting wasn't as good. Offensive scheme wasn't a lot of teams throughout the league on average wasn't really trying to scheme their offense to involve the three-point shot more. And on top of that, majority of teams' best players were post players or operated within 20 feet in. Even the guards back then were posting up. So because of that, the spacing was so small in conjunction with the limited defensive rules. It was one, more favorable to the post players, and number two is more favorable to the isolation players who were good playmakers. So if you were a capable big or a dominant guard and you was able to dominate your isolation situation and you was able to playmake, you was going to dominate in the 90s because the limited spacing as well as the legal defense allowed that to you. It allowed you to grasp more attention in today's era, right? So here's what the league did. Joey Colangelo, he allowed the zone to simply to give the league more variety, as well as to try is damnedest to increase the pace. So he figured if he implement the zone, he'll commit more turnovers and try to create more possessions. And by doing so, then also the rules, like he changed the 10-second rules to 8 seconds. And like I mentioned before, the different hand checking rules that I mentioned earlier. The point is, during that transition phase, the league, especially on the talent on the perimeter, in terms of shooting wise, didn't catch up to the zone implementation. That's why we saw the 2000s, in particular during the 90s, the pace started to slow down, and you saw the like especially in the late 90s and the early 2000s, it was so egregious because the shooting ain't catch up to the league yet. And so I'm wrapping all this to say, like, in today's era, right? Not only the shooting is better, but there's more flexible defenses because now, because of the implementation of the zone, coaches and scouting teams now are forced to get more diverse players, not just diverse offensive players, but also diverse defenders too. In comparison to the 90s, you can't have, like, in comparison to the 90s to the modern day, you can't have that many liabilities defensively no more. You need more versatile offensive and versatile defenders. Like, look at the Boston Celtics. They have multiple switch-heavy players from 1 through 4. Shout out to True. Like, y'all need to understand. Like,
the one thing to add on to what you said, the first team to really figure it out, especially when teams were allowed to go zone, was the Phoenix Suns and Mike D'Antoni.
You know why?
All he had to do is, he said, we just spam the pick and roll over and over. We're going to have our point guard looking like an MVP, and we're going to have the guy that rolls looking like a superstar. And so they thrived. And so they really showed teams, we space you out. The zone is going to be irrelevant.
It's actually deeper than that, Lamont. It's actually deeper than that. So Joey Colangelo, he was on the committee board when changing the rules. Him, Jerry West, and a few other players, former executives, they were looking at the game and trying, okay, how can we figure ways to speed the game up, right? So all those rule changes I mentioned before, Joey Colangelo, before he went to the Phoenix Suns, he instinctively started making trades and drafting certain players, like more shooters than ever, than opposed to look at that specific team in the Suns in comparison to the early 2000 teams. They had way more shooters and more mobile big men. So Joey Colangelo intentionally did that because he knew the rule changes were coming up. He knew because he was involved in the rule changes himself. So that's why the Phoenix Suns were so exceptional in the mid 2000s, because they had the personnel to compete with the zone. They can space the floor. They had shooters. We talking about Carl Bolson. We talking about Joe Johnson. We Sean Marion. Like, what are we talking about? And
so you saying they were prepared before the rule changes even started to happen?
Absolutely. That's what I'm saying. That's the only way.
I didn't even. Oh, that might be a good video. I might have to expose that. I didn't even think about that.
And Lamar, I'm gonna try to send you some pictures on Instagram. So that's the only way. That's the only way, right? That you can combat the zone. It's shooting. So if you in the 90s, right?
That is true.
So if the zone was implemented in the 90s, Jordan was right. So if the zone was implemented in the 90s where the shooting wasn't comparable enough to counteract the zones, it would definitely affect this game. Because we all know Jordan was not a good three-point shooter. He was a dominant mid-range shooter and one of the best finishers we've ever seen. So if you allow the zone to load up on the weak side, have coaches like Tom Thibodeau give you block side help, it's going to be a problem. Because we saw, believe it, I'm throwing you guys a bone. I'm gonna throw you yesteryear's dudes a bone. There are teams who did have mobile defenders like the Detroit Pistons that tried to implement certain zone schemes. So they weren't always getting called illegal defense all the time. However, how they disguised it was they would funnel Jordan. They will actually funnel more traps, like the Jordan rules implied, for the Jordan more so in the middle to send them towards traps. So now, instead of the zone concept being blatant, they're actually sending the help disguising it with the guy who's coming to trap. It's hard to explain like without a video, but the point is what teams did not have that type of personnel to even do the zone at that time. You had clunky ass bigs like Charles Oakley.
Yeah, Anthony Mason and Charles Oakley at the court at the same time. You're not running. You're not gonna have an efficient zone.
Right. And you know what? Those A30 makes a great point too. Especially in today's game, you need to have versatile defensive and offensive players. Players like Charles Oakley, Anthony Mason, and the Davis boys, both Antonio and Dale, they wouldn't be able to exist in today's game because the game is too fast-paced, it's too multi-skilled now. So it goes to show you that the game has pretty much evolved and changed. And more importantly to that, what the Phoenix Suns were able to do, they helped revolutionize the ability to beat the zone by spacing the floor out and shoot the ball with high efficiency. That's what the Warriors been able to do, but they do it better because you have two of the greatest shooters in the history of the game in the backcourt. What do? They run mostly pick and roll sometimes, and then allow Draymond Green to work the offense and orchestrate it and with ball movement, and they get open 3-point shots every single time.
Another kryptonite to the zone. And I tell my teams this all the time. When we played the number one team in the country last year in the semifinals, we were able to dominate them because they were running the zone. They had a ton of size and athleticism. You play fast. So when you see teams today play fast, and one thing a team can't do if you're playing fast is they can't set up a zone. So you always play fast, one. And then two, when they get you in the half court, you have to find ways to space the floor. And we would space the floor with a high ball screen. You make the zone overload, get a guard into the middle of the paint because the entire zone will collapse, and you kick it out to shooters. That was just like I Really Hoop said. If you play zone against good players, they're going to. I mean, if smart players will cook you, but it only works if you have the personnel. And so, if I look to my team this year, we've struggled against zones. We don't have as much shooting. So just like what they both said, everybody said, you need the personnel to be effective with it, which I don't know why Jordan feared the zone, because I felt like they had more shooting than most teams. And it would have just meant that Jordan gave the ball up a little bit more.
Yeah, you had to. There's no way you can't allow the zone to load up on you. That's the only way to counteract. You have to shift it. And the other thing, Lamont, I also want to point out that during my whole soliloquy and monologue, I haven't mentioned a stat. So I've been told that I can only present a good argument if I only had stats. But like, I'm just making notes of it. That's all. But True, what you think of? Who was here before True? Oh, Young African.
Yo,
Yo,
man. Hey,
what you
you
think
know what
of
time it is?
what you think of the topic so far, man? And first of all, what do you think of Mingle stepping off real quick? Then what you think of the topic?
Mingle said he could make. He said, I mean, I don't know. It could be. He said he could make it.
Hey, when I put that pressure on, he knows how I be coming. I got brothers ducking out here.
It is Christmas Eve, to be fair, though. It is Christmas Eve, to
Hey,
be fair,
he
though.
agreed with it yesterday, and today is a new day.
Last-
He woke up, and it's a little different feeling, True. That's
Hold
what
on,
it is.
he did. Hold on.
Yeah,
To be fair, hold on. To be fair though, he did say. I mean, listen, that's what he
Lamont,
did
man.
say. He did say he would do it Monday.
Oh, he didn't say that yesterday though, but you know it's a new day. You know what it is? Hey, today.
we can do it Monday then.
He woke up in the
That's
morning.
what he said. I mean,
The link is in the chat. I gotta save it. I gotta save this 90s era, man.
I'm not clicking. Look, Mingo does it. I only can use videos that are downloaded. I'm not clicking no links because they play too slow. And then if you got to send me like a Dropbox link or something. But I need something that I can download.
That's what time we on, Lamont. We got brothers ducking debates now, Lamont. That's the time we on.
Yeah, that's the first. Mingo Jester is the first.
Damn.
But you know, we'll give him a pass. We'll give Mingo the pass.
It's Christmas. It is Christmas Eve, to be fair. It is Christmas Eve, to be fair.
Hold on. Let me hear back up before we go to True the King, and because we got True the King and Ralph here, man. They about to have an epic head anyway. But let me get to MacDuff because he said he needs to save the 90s. MacDuff, how do you?
Okay, go
ahead. How do you save the 90s? What do you mean save?
No, the link is in the chat. You can't lie about film. I mean, you can't.
Okay, what's
film? The film don't tell no lies. So you
describe
right about everything what you said.
What's the link for? You said you got to save the 90s.
Yeah, it's in the link. My only because I agree with the film and I agree with everything that you said about the 90s defense and the isolation. My question is this: if Lamont, if you allowed to drive the baseline and you got no help defense, right? Yeah. And you're driving to the rim and all you have is help defense at the rim. What is the only thing that I can do to prevent you from scoring at the rim?
Heck.
Correct. Now, in the 80s and 90s, there wasn't no ticky-tack and one calls at the rim and in the lane. Those were punishment fouls to let you know don't come back in the lane. That's the only thing they could do. That's the only type of defense that people could play. But that physicality, it equaled out to y'all niggas is not finna be driving into the lane. Shoot that little 15, 17 jumper that you got, and let's play ball.
Fouling is bad defense.
Correct. I agree with what you're saying. But if that's the only thing that they had, they made their physicality felt so you wouldn't go back in there.
That's the problem with Chuck Daly. Chuck Daly was a much better defensive coach than just to tell his team foul if they get into the lane. He actually had a very good defensive strategy against Jordan. And the reason why they succeeded against Jordan is because they kept him out of the lane when they had their success. They didn't just foul him. They said if we make a mistake and we break down and we allow him to get into the lane, then we foul because our defense is broken down. Hold on, True, you got an echo. Somebody has an echo here. I'm gonna mute you. So basically, they only fouled after their defense broke down. But their primary defensive strategy against Jordan was to keep him out of the lane because that's where he did his most damage. He was too efficient of a scorer to get inside. So again, fouling is bad defense. They did not want to just foul. But again, he was such a great finisher. He was so strong that if you didn't foul him hard enough, he would just get the and one. So you had to hard foul him. And so
correct. And like I said, the link, the link.
Pistons were a good defensive team.
And so were the New York Knicks.
I didn't say they weren't. I just said if they were such a great defensive team. I just asked Herm to tell me what was their defensive philosophy. Just like I can explain Chuck Daly's philosophy, especially against guarding Jordan. What was the Knicks' defensive philosophy?
It was just to clog the lane. It was just to clog the lane and keep him out of the paint. That's the only thing you could. That's the only thing you can do.
But
now you can have it.
My question when you're done with him.
I didn't know what your question.
No,
was.
you good.
That
Go
you
ahead,
put
Ralph.
on the screen.
What question?
So if the defense was so effective, how come we won 3 chips before it was implicated?
Hold on. What are you talking about?
Jordan, he won. He had a 3-peat before the rules was kicked in. He said 94, 95. That's what Mahari said. And it's an echo.
No, which rule, Ralph?
Whoa, pause, Drew. Pause.
I don't get you, man.
Pause, Drew.
What you say?
I don't get what you're going, Ralph, man. You got me a little lost, man. What's the question?
The Jordan rule or something? One of them rules about the defense.
Lamont said the 90s, the whole 90s hand checking was not what they claimed it was. It was actually illegal. He played the video. They called hand checking in the 90s.
The hand checking foul was the most common foul in the 90s. You couldn't hand check. Even though 90s fans will tell you, we'll just hand check you. We can hand check, and they act like that made it so difficult. That's a fake narrative. Hand checking.
What's that rule? 94, 95 that Mahari was talking about?
No, that's what he was talking about, Ralph. He was saying they tried to implement. They try to implement another rule to take away hand checking. But what Lamont have debunked was hand checking never stopped the defender from scoring because one, they called the foul every time. B, you saw with Jordan, you saw with other elite players, it didn't stop nothing. They still got what they wanted to. They still did what they wanted to. So what 90s fans would do, they would say it was one of the reasons why it was harder to score because of hand checking. But in reality, hand checking didn't do shit.
I got you.
What we say is that they were still alive. Go ahead.
I just want to say, I got to say something to J. Rue's comment. Because J. Rue's one of the people that will push the myths and lies about the 90s to the extent that he will make a statement like this. Look at this. Look at what J. Rue just said on the screen.
Nasty.
Charles Oakley Wood, R word, which we can't say the R word. LeBron James.
You got to get that off, Lamont.
Now, come on. Now, J. Rue. Now, because you chose to use that word, man, I can only give you 2 options.
That's crazy.
Your only 2 options is going to be you got to click the link to explain that in depth, or you got to get sent to the ether round with Jones 23. So, and I really don't send too many people to the ether round. But the unfortunate reality is that you went to a link that you got to come up and justify that statement. So I'm gonna give you about 60 seconds. With the link.
I got a question for you, Lamont.
And then otherwise, the mods are gonna go to work on you, man, and go ahead and send you down with Jones 23.
I got a question for you though, Lamont. With everything you explained today, does it change the way, or do you have a different view of scoring today with the great scorers of this era, with all the defensive schemes that they have now? When you talk about LeBron James, Kobe Bryant, Kevin Durant.
Well, look, it's like this. Just like at the end of that video, the most recent video that we watched. Little kids are being taught how to play against these things at an early age. So it's not something new when they get to college or when they get to a higher level and they see teams playing zone. When they see, like now, when my team sees a zone, they automatically know what to do. We don't have to talk about it. We don't have to call timeout. They go zone. All right, we're going 4 corners. We know exactly what to do. We're going continuity. We know exactly what to do. And we have the personnel to execute against it. And so that's what it is. That's why it's different now. The players are more skilled, they're more talented. So even with these new defensive schemes, the offense, just like Gilbert Arenas, offensive players have a massive advantage because guys will go in the gym and they're working 8, 9, 10 hours a day on counters, situational stuff, on how to counter almost any defensive situation that they might see. So, it's just better offense. Guys are just working on their games, deeper bags. You got 7-footers like KD, who have been relegated to the post in the 90s. He's on the perimeter acting like a guard. Imagine with illegal defense having to guard KD on the perimeter. I just want you to think about that. Imagine with illegal defense having to guard KD with illegal defense, no help. And he's
Impossible.
a jump shooter.
Impossible.
He's literally impossible to guard that.
Damn.
And so, again, I just want people to think about the game like that. Imagine James Harden with illegal defense. You're not stopping him. Steph Curry with illegal defense. You're not stopping him. They're going to get whatever they want, as much as they want. And if you give them a good team, they're going to dominate to the same degree that we might have saw Jordan do.
Does that also make playmaking easier for a guy like maybe like a John Stockton to get 11, 12 assists when you have to hard double and then you just hit the open man and they get to work?
Well, John Stockton got a ton of assists because they were one of the few teams in the league that was spam pick and roll. They spammed it. And he was a willing passer. So, I mean, they kind of figured it out. I think the one coach that actually figured it out was Don Nelson when he drafted Chris Webber and put him at the 5, and they went small ball, surrounded him with a ton of shooters, and then Chris Webber asked for a trade and kind of blew it up. Remember, they had an extremely talented 50-win team with Chris Webber.
Pretty well.
And extremely talented. With Chris Webber as a rookie, 50 wins. If you allow that team to continue on with that small ball lineup, they would have dominated.
How much does coaching, the offensive coaching, with the rule changes kind of affect the way we see the game? Because in the 90s, the way the rules was, you'll be, get my guy in the post and isolate him. But in today's game, you have a lot of shoot because of the rules. I think you got a lot of better shooters. They said, okay, well, we're just going to put a lot of shooters out there since, we can't isolate our guy anymore. We can't just isolate KD. We have to put shooters around them and space the floor out more. So I think it's a combination of stuff, though. Like, I can't call nobody like Reggie Miller couldn't play in today's era or something like that. I
didn't say he couldn't play in today's era. I mean, any good shooter can thrive in today's era. To the degree that they will thrive, I don't know. Would I go as far as to say he would be a 20 to 25 point per game scorer consistent? I don't know if he could do that. He's not a non-pattern player. I mean, I don't know if he has enough in his bag to just go catch and shoot. Could he do what Klay Thompson's doing? Probably. But we see how wildly inconsistent Klay Thompson can be on a nightly basis. And he's just as good of a shooter, if not better, than Reggie Miller. But you're when your game is limited to being mostly a catch and shoot guy, your consistency is going to change on a night in, night out basis in today's league.
So do you think it would be hard to be a scorer in the 90s with no shooters around you? So teams are able to clog the lane and really don't have to.
It doesn't. The clogging the lane is a myth. So first of all, this clogging the lane thing is already fake news. And hold on, True, I think you still got an echo. The clogging the lane thing is there's no such thing as clogging the lane. It's either you're helping outside of the lane lines, and if you're under the rim, by the time the guy gets to the paint, you're gonna get cooked. So this clogging the lane, that don't make no goddamn sense anyway. There's no such thing as clogging the lane. You stopping the guy from getting to the lane, or if he gets in there, you done. So the main thing is you don't want any good player to get in the lane. And I really hoop. Anybody that hoops knows this. If you consistently allow guys to get to the lane, you're going to get barbecued. I don't care if you're clogging it or not. You're going to get barbecued. So, again, that's another myth that people like to push about defense. Clog the lane thing.
Videos in the – oh, my goodness.
Clogging the lane thing is not a real thing. That's not a good defensive strategy. I don't know what coach preaches, hey, guys, we're just going to clog the lane today. That don't work.
It's clogging the driving lanes.
Bro, you clog the driving lane.
You
clog driving lanes.
That's what it is.
With help outside of the lane lines.
Correct.
In the 90s, they could not help outside of the lane lines.
I got the video that shows they did in the private chat.
All right, well, download it and send it to me in a Google Drive or something.
I'm on my phone.
There was no help outside of the lane lines with illegal defense. And if they did get away with it on a few plays, they got away with it. But it was not nothing that they consistently do. It was illegal defense got called multiple times every single game when teams got called, to the point where you didn't want to keep giving up free throws because of it. So you're going to stop cheating. I mean, you couldn't do it. We watched the clip with Jordan where the guy was in perfect help defense, but he had to scramble back to his man and completely leave Bill Walton on an island as Jordan drove and scored easily.
Correct. The film don't lie. That's why I got it private chat.
I mean,
but
I don't know what y'all want me to do.
I don't know how to get it in the Google
Am I
Drive.
saying that?
You would have to do that.
Am I saying that the Celtics were a bad defensive team because of it? No. I'm saying they were handicapped because of it. That is a fact. Because if that guy had the opportunity to stay in that spot, he would have stayed. It helped. It helped Bill Walton. Got him off that island. Hold on. We got True the King here, though. And we got Sturdy, man.
Yo. What up, man?
Hold on. Now, Sturdy, y'all gotta refresh me on y'all debate topic.
No, it's Ralph. Thanks to Ralph. Ain't
Ralph
here?
Ralph and True. My bad. But Drew, what's the debate topic? Is it Bill Walton? I mean, is it Bill Russell?
Who greater?
Versus Wilt Chamberlain?
Bill Wilt. You see with his picture, he got a lot of different. His energy. He was lackluster get his own debate, but when it's time I'm debating, he had a different energy. So let's see him get that same energy in this stage right here on Christmas Eve on main event. You know what I mean? Prime time. You know what I mean? Let's see. You know what I mean? You step your game up. You quiet over there. Hope you did your homework.
Like Jester, stay ducking, Jester. I'm out here.
Hold on.
Anytime, Jester.
Hold on. Trey 4. If I'm capping, then look, bro, I don't have a problem. If you believe you can cook me, I don't have an issue with that. I don't care that. I want people to say that. I want you just to click the link. Don't just say it and be like, I can cook you and act like I don't give you an opportunity. Here's the link. Trey 4. Look, he tries to say it right before we about to go into a debate. Look, Trey 4, just click the link. I'm not opposed to hearing what you got to say. But I do have all rights reserved on all this footage. And if you say something crazy, I will edit it up, make it funny as hell, and make a spoof video. I will do that. See, now you got people telling you to go on the panel. Just come on the panel.
You got Swish giving tips out for Ralph. You can get it too. You can have it. It can be a handicap match. You know what I mean? But hey.
Hey, so yeah, hopefully Trey pulls up. I don't believe Trey's gonna pull up. But until then, we got the headline debate is canceled. Mingle's Jester. I don't know if he got cold feet, man. I don't know what's going on.
Ducking.
But Mingle's Jester didn't show.
I'm the A side. Lamont, you gotta say my name first.
You act like you want to debate though. You still.
That's 1-0. That's 1-0 already. True. You already know that.
No, it's postponed. You'll be 1-0 after Monday. If he doesn't show Monday, we'll give it to you. But Mingle Jester's been here long enough to where I can give him a pass this one time. We ain't gonna absolutely get on him.
At least he said something about it. At least he ain't sit there and like he ain't calm. I seen his comment.
Yeah, he didn't just disappear.
Yeah. Okay.
He said, you said Trey 4 is J. Rue. J. Rue coming with the fake accounts, man.
Oh man.
Come on, J. Rue, man. That's cool, J. Rue. No, hold on. Did the mods already get J. Rue? I think the mods already sent J. Rue to the ether round.
Damn.
So yeah, J. Rue got going quick. So I mean, if it is Trey 4, that's fine. Just hit the link. But we got the debate. We got Shooter King and we got Ralph, man. Ralph, you want me to play your theme music before you go today?
I don't got no.
Nigga, come with that energy, bro. I don't want to hear that
Ralph,
shit.
Ralph. We're gonna put Ralph. Now the people they missed your energy last time. Right? They missed. Hold on, that's not Ralph. That's Sturdy. Oh, my bad. Where's Ralph at? The Keem Olajuwon picture.
The Wilt Chamberlain picture you got.
Let me get Ralph up on the big screen. Because Ralph got to properly introduce himself this time. Because last time he just came in like he was popped a few pills, man. It just didn't have the energy.
Yep.
Ralph, man, let the people know who you are, man.
What's up, man?
Oh, man.
About to be there. Man, listen. Don't get smoked. Listen, the bad thing you can do is make it close. You lose regardless.
Ralph, tell the people why you think you're going to win this debate, man.
Ralph debating again.
Ralph, you got to let us know your thoughts, man, on this debate, man.
Yeah, damn.
Man, just let's go. Look who we up against.
Ralph, you ain't got no energy, man. Come on, Ralph, man.
Ralph, eat a Snicker, nigga. Damn, bro.
I'm about to end his career, man. I'm about to end his debating career, man. I tried to give him opportunity to redeem himself. He had a different energy on my debate though for some reason. So let's see him doing this right now.
This match is starting to sound like it might be a tune-up for a bigger matchup, man. Who do you really have in your eyesight for the big matchup?
Listen, Lamont, anybody, man. Anybody.
It's a tune-up?
Can get it. Anybody can get it, man. Anybody
can
get it.
True?
True. What's the debate, man? What's the debate?
Who's greater, Bill or Wilt Chamberlain?
Ralph, man, if he come at it the right angle, he can make it good. He got to come at it.
Hey, I call it a Christmas miracle.
Oh, Trey Ford said, Lamont, drop the link. Why you scared? And the link been in there, man. Come on, Trey Ford, man. Stop it, man. Why you say stuff like that, Trey Ford?
Hey, you know what? Since Swish is talking, Swish can get it next. He been learning a lot of talking the last couple of weeks.
Who's Swish?
I really who? Hey, you can get it next too. You can get it next too. Swish. Hey, listen, Swish, you a basketball expert. You played. You played in real life. I think you played overseas. You can get it too. Listen, I'm with all the smoke, man. Listen, dog. I'm with all the smoke, man.
Nah,
but open challenge, man.
But true, to be real, if Ralph come at it the right way, he can make it competitive.
Trey, your profile picture look crazy though, man.
That's crazy. That is wild.
He knows.
Listen,
I'm gonna give him some clues already. I'm gonna help him out a little bit.
No.
Don't do that, Herm. Don't do that.
Hey, listen, Herm. The best thing he can do is make it close. That's the best thing he can do. He had no chance in hell beating me, man.
Ralph, why you letting True talk all this smack, Ralph?
Look,
Ralph.
you got the Trump card as is though, True. So he ain't gonna be able to debate that point. I ain't gonna mention the point, but he ain't gonna be able.
11 wings don't mean a thing.
Okay, then prove that.
Hold on. Who want to go first?
He talking, so he must.
I'll go first. I'll go first. Since you scared, I'll go first. Since you scared.
All right, hold on, y'all. Hold on. Let me let everybody know what we doing. We got True the King. We got Ralph is coming up. Man, Ralph just had he took an L last week, man. He didn't come with the energy. Ralph trying to redeem his record, man. Get back on the winning track. True, man, got his eyes set.
Energy against facts, man.
Hey, True got his eyes set on somebody, man. I don't know. True, you think you might be ready to debate me soon, man?
I'll debate anybody. You just heard what I said, Lamar. It could be you. It could be anybody. Player choice, Ticket TV, ESPN, Fox Sports.
Hold on.
It could be anybody, man.
I can set up FYF Sports versus Player Choice.
Hey, listen. I'm with all the smoke, man.
I can set it up. I can set up
all the
smoke.
Dumb and them, Mars and them. What up, Childs? What up? Name them. Goat, Mike, Elder. I can real debates. Anybody. Real debate. Anybody. Listen, it could be anybody, Lamont. I'm just naming names. I'm throwing names out there.
Oh, you said anybody?
It could be you, Action Jackson. It could be Tiffany. It could be anybody, man. It could be anybody, man. I'm with all the smoke.
What we got to debate about?
This is why this is exactly why Muhammad Ali and Mike Tyson got lost. They talk too much.
Damn.
Okay. You know what? It's like Floyd. You call me Floyd Mayweather, man.
Yo, Lamont, put Ralph back on the big screen, man. We got to give their proper intros, man.
Got to put some Michael
Oh, is that Wilt dunking on Bill?
Man, it's your boy Ralph. It's your boy Ralph again, man. I'm glad everybody back together again, man. I mean, True, once again. Sorry, disrespecting your folks, man.
You good.
I want to thank you for spending the olive branch, inviting me to this platform debating. I had the time. I mean, Sturdy. I'm sorry for last week. You're my guy. I know you take this basketball shit serious. Let's get this shit.
All right, a little bit better. A little bit better.
We good, bro.
That song was wild, Lamar. That
good,
song was
you good,
wild.
Ralph.
Ralph
You
theme
good,
music,
Ralph.
man. Hold on. Y'all don't think that theme music.
You gotta be a nasty ass nigga to come out as that your theme song.
Hold on. Doesn't that match Ralph?
Oh man,
the nasty one. That matches Ralph. Ralph, do you agree?
Told you that's not my theme song.
Man, you gotta play the song with the photo, man.
Hold on, we gotta do that, man. I believe Ralph is the nasty one. I believe Ralph.
Hey,
is
Ralph, man, you gotta turn up in this debate, bro.
Ralph is the nasty one.
You need a W, bro.
I'm putting a little couple finished touches on this slaughter.
A nasty one. Ralph,
Y'all out of pocket, man.
That
It's
is
Christmas,
Ralphie,
man.
Ralph will say anything, do anything at any time.
I ain't doing anything. That's a pause.
yeah.
Nigga funny as shit.
Oh man. All right, man. We got True the King going first in this one. True the King has Bill Russell. Ralph has Wilt Chamberlain. We're gonna let True the King go first. Do we need the clock on the screen? Did the clock help last time?
You gotta hit it. Wilt the GOAT, Lamont. What he told Michael Jordan, man. Wilt the GOAT.
Hold on, what'd you say, True?
Yeah, the clock help. Clock help.
All right, here, let me get the clock ready.
Let me mute my mic.
I gotta find it real quick. If I can find it. Oh, here it is right here. All right, so I'm gonna put the clock on the screen. And just let me know when you're ready, or we just will start when the clock starts. That's when you go ahead and start, True.
All right.
Let me get this on the screen real quick. Where we at? All right, where's it at? Oh, I gotta share my screen. I'm tripping. All right, y'all. True the King, your record right now. True the King. Here's the problem. If you lose to Ralph, that's gonna take you dang near to the bottom of the rankings. That's an epic loss.
Hey man, listen, man. I like these type of challenges, man. Listen, I don't really get no reward from this, but I take all the challenges, man. Listen, contenders, non-contenders, man. Let's get it.
Your man said, "Why do you have that music saved, though?" That's Ralph's intro music, man. I gotta keep it saved, Hitman. You know, Hitman. This is why I keep this saved. You know. You know. I keep a lot of stuff saved here, man. You know, and the crazy thing is, I got your cousin too.
Oh.
Hold on. Y'all can't tell me they're not related, man.
Oh shit.
Come on, Lamont. There's no need to show the pictures, okay?
Oh shit.
They look alike. Hold on, Action. Don't be laughing, Action.
Oh,
man, y'all tripping, man.
Some of y'all niggas will fuck with that for the right amount of money. Yeah, I will fuck with that. Yeah, I will fuck with that for the right amount of money.
All right, hold on, y'all. We got True the King up first, man. He got Bill Russell. Y'all know how we do. We got 2 minutes each round. If everybody not talking, can mute your mic so we can get all clear audio.
Okay.
We'll go 3 rounds. We got True first, and we just gonna get through these rounds, man. Hopefully, people cooking, man, and we're gonna put the vote in the chat after we done. But True the King, man, go ahead. Your time starts now, man.
Man, what up, everybody? Listen, man. Bill Russell is greater than Wilt Chamberlain. I'm sick and tired of this, man. Listen, 5 MVPs when Wilt Chamberlain was playing. Will only got 4 MVPs. Simple as that. Let's get that off the gate. And when it comes to elevating their teammates, Bill did that at the highest level. Highest level. Before Bill Russell got to the Celtics, they was nowhere near a championship team. Bill Russell got there. They became a championship team instantly his first year as a rookie. And he finished as a 7th and finished 7th in MVP voting, and he only played 50-something games in his first year. When it comes to who's greater, Will or Bill Russell, listen, man. Bill Russell is hands down the greatest defensive player of all time. One of the greatest playoff performers of all time. Even an award named after him, the NBA Finals MVP named after him. Will don't have nothing like that. Will, incredible. Listen, all that individual stats and all that, cool. That's an individual. Last time I checked, it's a team game. And when it comes to this team game as a player, if you can't help your team out to the highest degree, then what's the point? And Bill Russell had higher impact, way higher impact than Wilt Chamberlain. When it comes to as a team player, a teammate, all that stuff, elevating, a floor race, you could say, making teammates better. Wilt Chamberlain did not do that. Wilt Chamberlain was just a stat pattern. He played up empty stats. When Bill Russell impacted the floor, it affected winning. When Wilt Chamberlain was doing a thing, it didn't mean anything. Time.
All right, man. We got that's True the King's first round. Ralph, you ready?
Yeah.
You sure, man? You don't sound like it. Either way, it don't
ready,
matter if you're ready or not.
I'm ready, man.
All right, Ralph, your time. Go ahead with your first round. Let's go.
Let's go. Ho, ho, ho. Merry Christmas.
Time's ticking, man.
Time to cheer. Cole will be in Bill Russell and True the King stocking this year. They've been naughty. They've been lying. Let's dissect this. I'm going to take you back to high school and college real quick. The better high school player, Wilt. Better college player, Wilt again, 30 and 28. Russell, 14 and 23. In the playoffs, that's what they averaged in the regular season playoffs against each other. 26 and 28 head to head. 15 and 25. You can't be the best rebounder or greater. You can't even be in the argument when I'm blowing you out of the waters. Teams category, yeah, that wins you championship, but greater is an individual thing. Wilt Chamberlain come in the game and win championships. As soon as he get on the block. What about Wilt? What about Bill? He didn't win as soon as he came in. Wilt Chamberlain only had one. He was the only guy. My fault. He was the only one drafted from his team. Casey Jones was drafted with Bill. So they already had chemistry going in to the league. He ain't had nobody. But he won as soon as he got in the league.
That's time. Right there. That's the first round right there. We got 2 more rounds. We got our next round, and then the last round is gonna be a rebuttal round. So y'all need to make the most of this next round because the last round is for rebuttals. So go ahead, True the King, man. Your clock is gonna start now.
Man, listen. I mean, I guess that was your best. But listen, one of the reasons why Bill Russell is also greater than Wilt Chamberlain is this. Listen, he led teams to 11 championships as the best player. He finished at least top 5 8 times in MVP in his 13 years in the league. He was voted over Wilt Chamberlain when he was in the league 5 times. MVP over Wilt Chamberlain. The player, which it was a player's vote. So when players that played against Wilt Chamberlain, Bill Russell, they chose Bill Russell. They voted Bill Russell over Wilt Chamberlain. And not to mention, right? Let's talk about greatness, right? Did you know that the Boston Celtics was the first team in NBA history to come back from a 3-1 lead? And you know who the other team that was up 3-1? Wilt Chamberlain Sixers. And by the way, Bill Russell also was the head coach of that team. So that's evolution of greatness too. You trying to tell me he was the first player to ever lead and coach back from a 3-1 lead in the NBA? That's incredible. Especially when it comes to the rebounding, when it comes to when it comes to innovation of the game. Bill Russell has it. When it comes to the fast break, the fast pace of the game, goes back to Bill Russell. The rebounding, like I said, the defense, the playmaker. Listen, Bill Russell is greater than Wilt Chamberlain. It's what we talked about. If we talk about stats, we talk about greatness. Because stats can lead up a lot of emptiness. Time.
All right, that's his time right there, man. Ralph, your next round. Your next round, go ahead. It starts now, man.
Greatness. Ain't nothing greater than playing in 2 leagues at the same time. Did Bill do that? No. Wilt did. This man played as a Globetrotter and in the NBA at the same damn exact time. Ain't nothing greater than that. And you talking about empty stats. How are the stats empty when you're in the playoff all the time? And okay, you're losing in the championship, but I thought that's a team thing, team accomplishments. You can't put that on Wilt because he did his job. He scored the points, rebound, assist the ball. These guys just couldn't win versus the Celtics because why? They had the better team. They had a Hall of Famer at every position. Bill wasn't out there by himself. Remember, also, he had K.C. Jones, the guy who was in college with, chemistry he already premeditated had already. It don't get better than that. Wilt didn't have that luxury. That's how it showed his greatness because, like I said, he was the only one drafted on his college team to the NBA. That team chemistry thing matters more than some might say. Well, average 50 a game. It don't get more greater than that. And his rebounds was off rebounding, not putting it back and missing shots like Bill.
Ooh, that's time. That's time. We got a rebuttal round coming. But man, okay. The chat is going crazy on this one. This is rebuttal round. This is the first rebuttal round. True, you got a rebuttal. You got to rebuttal some points here, man. Your 2 minutes gonna start now.
First and foremost, K.C. Jones did not come in the same time as Bill Russell. Yes, he got drafted, but he came in the league in 1958. Bill Russell came in the league in 1956. So let's get that straight clear because that's what you said was a complete lie. First of all, you keep saying about the teammates and stuff like teammates that Bill Russell played with. Cool. Did you know in 1969, Wilt Chamberlain played with Elgin Baylor and Jerry West two of the other top 5 players in the league. How many teams in NBA history you know that had 3 of the top 5 players in the NBA on one team and failed against a Bill Russell-led team on Bill Russell's last year? Where the Lakers, Wilt Chamberlain's Lakers, was favored to win. So you're trying to tell me, okay, Bill Russell had all these hope, which he did. Everybody, you need great teammates to win. But when Wilt Chamberlain had better teammates, he still couldn't get the job done against Bill Russell. That's fine. I find that very, very funny. Listen. And speaking of 1969, Bill Russell also was the head coach of a team with no assistants. You know how hard that is? You know how hard it is to be a head coach with no assistants and you playing at the same time? That's ridiculous. Amazing. Listen, we ain't going to talk about how he was also an all-time great playoff performer. Listen, the NBA Finals MVP is named after him. I know I said it before, but listen, that you got to understand it's named after him for a reason. Like I said, Wilt Chamberlain, even when he had the teammates to compete with Bill Russell, he failed again, come up short again. And when you're talking about greatness, why does his playoff numbers drop between drop from his regular season numbers? If you're so great, because you look at Bill Russell's numbers in the playoffs, it increases. Come on now, this is easy work, man. Bill Russell was greater than Wilt Chamberlain. Time.
Man, oh man. All right, that's true. The King's rebuttal round. He's done. Ralph, you have your opportunity to rebuttal as well. And then we're gonna go ahead and go to the vote. After Ralph is done with his round, y'all, we're gonna open it up to the panel to talk about it. And then we're gonna drop the poll in the chat to see who won, man. Go ahead, Ralph, man. You got your final rebuttal round.
So this man loves saying overachieving. Let me give you some overachieving numbers. Regular season, 37-27. Playoffs, 34-25. Do y'all call that a drop or being above average and overachieving? I think that's overachieving. Let me give you another one, another playoff stat. 38-27. And that's 33-25. Am I that much greater than you that you call my little 5-point differential a drop and underachieving? That means that I'm doing way above average in regular season, and I'm still doing way above average in playoffs. This man cannot win for losing or whatever the saying is. He can't win. Bill, come on, man. Let's see his stats. He 14-19. His playoff, 13-24. that looks about the same. Like I said, his rebounding. Miss, rebound. Miss, rebound. Miss, rebound. Wilt. His teammate miss. I rebound. He don't have the butterfingers like Bill Russell. He's dunking it back, fading, running up the... Oh, and another thing, he lied. No, that transition stuff started in high school from Wilt. Not no damn Bill Russell. So stop it.
That is time right there. Time right there. I'm putting the poll in the chat. Y'all see the poll in the chat right now. I just put it in there. Man, okay. Here, let me get a few more people on the panel because I want a full panel when we cook on this. Let me see how many spots we got left. Okay, we got a few more spots, man. Here, let me drop the link so we can get a few more people up here to just talk about it. Hold on, where are we at? Yeah, here it is right here. So if you want to join the live panel to talk about the debate, go ahead and hit that link. Come on up. Well, let me go to Sturdy first. Sturdy.
I'll come back to me, Lamar.
All right, he said come back to him. All right, let me go to let's go with Action Jackson.
Man, you can wait on mine. I'm trying to think what I'm about to say. Go somebody else.
So we're gonna go to Herm then. Nobody ready, man. What y'all got going on? So
Man,
we got Herm.
I'm gonna skip then because if everybody else skip, I need some thoughts on it. I need some time. Let me get a little time. Come back to me too, Lamar.
Oh man, hold
I'm
on.
doing it because they know.
I know somebody ready to talk. That's Citizen Lou, man. Lou, what you got on this? His mic ain't working now. Damn. Hold on, we gotta go to MacDef. MacDef, your mic on?
Y'all.
MacDef, what you got on that debate, man?
That's how you niggas feel. It was a good. First of all, it was a good debate. It was a good debate. Both of them had their facts, and both of them rebutted great as well. The last round, the rebuttals was hard to match. I'm gonna edge true false. I'm gonna edge true for this one. I think the first round he definitely won the first round. The second round when he talked about the 3-1 lead with Bill Russell as head coach. That was nasty right there. That was the rock bottom and sweet chin music all at the same time. That was cold. So I gave him a clear round. Everything else is just mad close. So if I gotta go with a headshot, I'm gonna go with True the King.
All right, we got True. We got one vote for True on the panel. We got Illis the King. He just pulled up.
What's good,
Illis the King, man? What'd you think about the debate, man? Or who you got winning and why?
It's mad close.
Okay,
man.
so I think it was a sweep, but you know how when people say, yeah, it was a sweep, but the games was close.
Yeah.
I think the thing that separated it is Ralph didn't use his 2 minutes well enough. It seemed like the way he was talking, the way he paced himself, he would have needed 3 or more. But unfortunately, there was only 2 minutes to talk. And the pace he was keeping, he was only able to get a fact per minute. Whereas True was coming nonstop with facts back to back to back. And it didn't seem like he needed more time. He got everything he needed to say off his chest. So I got to give it to True. It's not as close as MacDef say, but it's True easily with all 3 rounds.
All right, man. So we got another vote for True. Right there. Hold on. Let me go to Young Africa. Young Africa, man. You heard the debate.
Tough debate, man. You guys do well, man. It was tough, just to let y'all know, man. I roast both of y'all in a debate, man. Y'all don't have that base, but it's y'all perform well, you know what I mean? I gotta honestly, I gotta slide it to Ralph, man. I gotta slide it to Ralph. The reason why is because the biggest point, I didn't see no headshots in this debate, but the biggest point that I saw was when True said empty stats. I was surprised at that. Empty 50 points, empty stats, 25 rebounds, empty stats. And then Ralph said, yo, how am I playing at an all-time level and having a slight drop-off from an all-time level that the league has never seen? And you call that a drop-off, but it's still all-time great. Damn straight it is. So I got to ride with Ralph, man. Hey, that's a fact. That's a fact.
I just want to add, y'all. Some of y'all scary. Why y'all ain't talk already?
Yeah. Where y'all?
I just want to start beef.
Yeah, but I need some more opinions going on, man. So I think we got 2 for True.
It's close. I'm telling you, it's close.
They getting their scripts together. They scary.
That was the biggest point that I felt. You know what I mean? So shout
Yeah,
out to you, Ralph, man. Shout out to you, True.
Hey, it's gonna be dark for somebody,
I know who I'm gonna
bro.
go
I
with.
smell an upset.
Hold on, let me go to Herm, and then after Herm, I'm gonna go to Citizen Lou. Herm.
I know I'm gonna go with True only because of this. It was close now, but Ralph, you should have taken that 1969 point. I think you could have got True real good with that because first of all, that 1969, Wilt wasn't even in his prime then when he played with El Jabbar.
He was still a top 5 player in the world though.
Yeah, but he wasn't in his prime. He wasn't half
He still
the player
was top
that he
5.
was.
He was still
But
top 5 player in the world.
He could have argued that because like like right now we use those arguments with certain players that they're going through certain things and late in their career. So he could have argued that he could have attacked that point, True. But I still get the edge to you though, True. But I feel like Ralph should have attacked that. That could have gave him the edge in this debate. So I give it to True.
True, you mad? You attacking niggas who voting for you?
Hold on. We got Citizen Lou, man. Citizen Lou, man. What you think, man? Hold on, Citizen
we
Lou,
can't
man,
hear
still
you.
got.
We can hear you.
And they wasn't top 5 players. I'm glad you brought that up.
Bro, we can
That's
prove,
why I
like, we can
said
go
that,
back.
bro. That's why I said
Hold on.
that.
Yeah, because Willis Reed and Ansel, I don't know.
Because he had 20 points in a game. That's not top 5. And then he went to 14 in the playoff.
No, actually, well, made Wilt top 5 at that time. He was still a dominant rebounder, excellent defender, and he was more committed to playmaking. Like, yes, he was playing with other dominant scorers, so that's where he committed to sacrificing his scoring for the betterment of the team. But don't get it fucked up. He was a great
He
defender,
still
and a
was
great
top
rebounder
5 that time,
at that
bro.
time.
That's like, come on, bro.
We was arguing about that too, whether or not he deserved the Finals MVP when they won.
Like we ain't gonna act like he wasn't top 5. Like you had 3 top 5 players on one team, you couldn't get it done.
Bro,
Bill
do
Russell.
you have anything to back it up?
Man, you should have said Bill Russell played in the Hall of Fame. That was retarded.
But I think my assessment is a little close to the illest. I do applaud Ralph because I was expecting a little more energy, but like he still gave more facts. He gave him a little more structure. I do believe you need to optimize that 2 minute more. Like just talk a little bit more and be. I think you like Herm alluded to, like your rebuttals was unclear. Like I can see where you was trying to go, but you didn't execute it fully. And then, but all in all, I got it 2-1 True, but it was a close 2-1. Yeah.
Mike, can you hear me?
There you go. We hear you, Citizen Lou.
My bad, bro. I don't know, my phone messing up. Can't do it on my phone. So what's the count right now? Is it
well on the panel? I think it's 3-1 for True.
Yeah, I mean,
4-1.
Ralph, I think you had
4-1.
You were on the right track, Ralph. When you got him with the championships, the team accomplishment. I think you could have really honed in on that a little bit more. I mean, I thought you was gonna do it. I thought you had that home run when you said how he's the greatest rebounder. You could have brought up how Wilt 55 game was on Bill Russell head. You definitely could have used that. I mean, Ralph, you had a lot. You left a lot of. You were shooting some. You had some ammo, man. I was waiting on you to.
We talk about this, Lou. I know.
You know what I'm saying? I was waiting on you, but true. You know, we like I think Matt Duff said this the other day. This True wheelhouse. You know what I'm saying? This nigga Bill Russell and Celtics. This nigga True got True for the end. You fucked up with that Casey Jones. He got you on that one. You know what I'm saying? I don't know why you was trying to get it True about the Celtics, bro. That was kind of, you got to come with it with that nigga. It's True. So I'm gonna have to give it to True on this. But Ralph, I mean, at least you showed up. You know, so at least you ain't rescheduling and running and shit. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying?
He did fall back. That's cap. He did hit him with a jab. Oh shit, okay. He did hit him with a jab.
Yeah, Ralph,
okay.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying?
Hey,
Ralph
Lou, you trash for that, man. You trash, man.
Ralph did him with a couple jabs. Okay, nigga.
Hold on, action. You ready?
That's always you say that. Yeah, that's cap. Hey, them niggas is trash. Yeah, it's looking.
Action. You got your vote ready, Action?
Yeah, I got my vote ready.
Who you got winning?
I had to think about it for a while. I don't know. I just felt like it's lackluster, man. I felt like True didn't come with another energy at first. And then Ralph came in the second round. You know, he did good in the second round. But I don't know, man. It wasn't enough energy for me, man. I thought it'd be better. I thought True be a little bit better with his points, but oh man, this is tough, man.
Nigga, you had 5 minutes.
Hey, kick this man off the panel. No, I'm fucking with you. Actually,
hey, hold on.
Your vote matters, bro. Vote matters.
Ralph surprised me, man. He really stepped it up, man. Ralph really stepped it up.
I feel you.
That was the goal. That was the goal, man.
I'll go with True. He made better points.
So we got. He says Lamont with another clickbait title. That's not clickbait. We've already went through the video evidence to prove the title of the video. You rewind and watch and learn King KO. That's all you got to do.
Shit.
I'll give you my thoughts. I thought that True won the first round, but I think True only won the first round because Ralph was sloppy with his first round. I think if Ralph was good with his first round, it would have been 3-0 for Ralph. And primarily because True's first and second round were just kind of regurgitating the same information. I don't think it was really new information.
Yeah, I'm with you on that, Lamont. And then True, wait a minute, you said the 3-1 lead was the Warriors. I thought it was the Lakers. It wasn't the Warriors. You said it was the Warriors at 3-1 lead?
No, it was the Warriors.
No, hold on. Let me.
What year was 76ers, man?
Hold on, and then. Let me finish. Let me finish.
I know what he meant.
So I think what Ralph
Philly.
is. I think one of his best points was when he talked about it's the difference between having the best team and then who's the greater player. And I think
that's what I was saying, Lamont.
So when he said that, I was just like, I think there is a separation there. Bill in the team sense was better, but if you're just talking about individually great, I mean, it could easily be argued. I think he didn't do the greatest job of arguing it, but I think he did a decent job of letting us know his individual greatness, which is if I have the context of the debate wrong, man, maybe I have it wrong, but I thought if it was about individual greatness, then that's what it was. And I think True talked about the team more so than the individual stuff.
Yeah, you should have. That's the thing. Like you should have emphasized more so on the defense. And Ralph is just feel like setups, no punchline.
I said some individual.
You know what I'm talking about back there.
Yeah, that's funny as shit.
I was saying, bro. Like I'm proud of Ralph, bro. He did better, but like
I'm learning sturdy. You gave me last debate gave me a couple of pointers.
I try to rig it, but like it's all good.
No, I'm talking about in the backstage when you was telling me shit I should do, and I took offense to it. That's why I apologize.
Sound like you snitching. You was helping them out. You was giving them notes.
I'm talking about on another stream.
I know. I'm fucking with you, man.
You know what? You
give me pointers.
That intro was kind of a little fire. I'll give you that, bro. That intro.
Yeah, he did.
That little intro. You said
that nigga said,
Bill Russell getting cold.
Yeah, they getting cold and they stocking. That was fire. You almost won based on that too. I ain't gonna hold you. That's why it was close, man.
True had a little.
He had the entertainment factor and everything.
Hold on. So in the chat right now, we got Ralph winning the debate by a small margin. He's at 51%. True's at 49%. I'm gonna give it at least 20 minutes before we close the polls. So if you're in there watching, make sure you get your votes in. Y'all spam up y'all votes in the poll before we shut it down. Because this one's too close just to end it right now. So when we get to the 20-minute mark on the poll, we're at 14 right now. I'm gonna shut it down. We're gonna have to go with that number.
The 3-1 comeback though, as a coach. That was cold, bro.
Yeah, I don't know, but I don't know if that goes to your greatness as a player.
But as individual, listen, but he played at the same time when he did it. So it was like you had to worry about. Yeah, so you had to play. He played
as a coach player, and you coming back down from a 3-1 lead. That's ridiculous.
Mind you the
but he still had Red Auerbach on the sideline though.
No, he wasn't. Come on, bro. He was not involved. Listen, Bill Russell had no assistance.
Was in the stands.
Listen, you know how hard it is. We talking about the NBA. You a best player and you head coach, and you're like, oh, we down 3-1. You know, like that's some epic shit, bro. That's epic shit.
Clean KO, please. Clean KO. I'll regurgitate the same information for you that I already did early in the stream if you click the link. Otherwise, if you're gonna say blanket stuff like that, then just come up here and prove it. I use video evidence for everything I said, King KO. There is a comparison. Yeah, it does. The defense doesn't compare. Today's defense is better. It don't compare. You are right about that. There's no comparison. Come on, King KO, stay on the topic though. We talking about the debate though. That's been done and over with. This is you got Ralph giving out virtual hugs in. I don't know
That's
what
funny.
that means.
That's funny.
So, Ralph, did Will Chamberlain really start the fast break in college?
Yeah, we saw the clip.
Hold on, man. That's serious. We cook.
No, he started in high school.
Hold on, we used to cook True for saying that. Ralph, you saying that now? You saying Wilt Chamberlain started the fast break?
You don't remember? You don't remember when you showed the video? You was like, well,
when you say things like that, you gotta understand. Like that means before him there was no fast break, and then after him there was fast break. That means if they find a clip of someone doing a fast break before Wilt, it's over, bro.
Lou, remember when you was like, damn, this nigga cold, and he was running the fast break in high school?
I mean, he played for the Harlem Globetrotters in high school, though.
No, he didn't. He played for Overbrook High School. He played in the NBA and the Harlem Globetrotters at the same time. That's why I call it. That said was greatness.
I like that point too, right there. That's one thing I
Yeah, like he got good facts. It just
But why he ain't take that 1969 shit though, right?
Because he said something that I wanted to really get on about the stats. He said that was empty, so I wanted to get that.
1969. What you talking about?
So true. Yeah, go ahead.
Well, he was basically made a statement saying that you had 3 of the top 5 players on the same team in 1969. We know Wilt, he was still great, but he wasn't the same Wilt that he was early in his career. And on top of that, neither Wilt or Bill Russell were considered top 5 players in the game in 1969. They thought Clyde Frazier was damn near the best player in the league around that time, around 1969. And you had his teammate Willis Reed. You had Jerry West. Jerry West and El Baylor were top 5 players, but not Wilt or Bill Russell were top 5 players in 1969.
But Swishy's also playing in the league. In the
bro, hold on. Time out. Herm, time out. Bro,
he just said Elton Baylor.
Walt Frazier, second year, was not considered a top 5 player in the league. Let's get that out the way. Number 2, I told you before, Wilt was a top 5 player. Even though he was at the end of his prime, you can still be a top 5 player. It just how you rank in the league. For example, right? LeBron in 2020, let me use your terms you understand. LeBron in 2020 wasn't at his best, but he was still a top 5 player in the league.
He was in top 5 2020.
In 2020, he was a top 5 player in the league.
Say that again, Sturdy.
No, in 2020, LeBron was top 5 player in the league.
In the bubble?
Yeah, in the 2020 year.
Yeah. Led the league in assists, 25 and 10. Yeah.
Yep.
Prep more. Yeah, you're right.
So even though that's not the best LeBron, you can still be. It's just relative to your competition. So even on the downside, that's how great Wilt was. Even on the downside, he still was a dominant rebounder, a dominant defender. He was a better playmaker at that time. So yes, he was a top 5 player at the time, bro.
Oscar Robertson is still in the league too, though, man. That's tough. That's a tough one.
It is what it is,
Herm do got a point. You could
Wilt
argue
was
that.
cold. Wilt was cold as fuck.
But he was a top 5 starter. All you gotta do is look at that season, that whole trajectory of that season.
See once again, Herm. Okay, what was Herm? What was Wilt's responsibility? Because you're not understanding that he was on the
all right. So if you leave it,
that means his role is completely different from his prime years. There's no need for Wilt to be the option.
So if you lean it towards that, then and you saying because we all concur that he wasn't the same guy he was early in his career. Okay, if that's the case, then so why LeBron not still considered a top 5 player? He still averaged 27. He averaged 30 last year. Why he not considered a top 5 player now?
Because this year, once again, Herm, that's already addressed that point in 2020. In 2020,
no, I'm talking about just last year. He averaged.
It's the same concept.
So why he not considered a top 5?
Herm, it's the same concept.
Great player,
great player at the tail end of their prime, compared to their contemporaries at their era, still ranked top 5, even though they're at the end of their individual prime. That's how great and cold they are. So when I told you on a more talented team with better scorers like Elton Baylor and Jerry West, Wilt, there's no need for Wilt to be a dominant scorer when he was in his peak years. There's no need for it. That's why he accepted those terms. What he said. He even said it himself, bro. Like, what the fuck is a team game, nigga? I don't know what you're trying to say.
Look, here's the thing, right? I'm gonna go ahead and say this real quick. I'm gonna advocate for Wilt because see, the thing is that going back to his early years, we all know about his 100-point game, right? The thing is that his coach told him to do that because in certain games, if he would score like probably 50 and lose by 2, they'd be like, "Oh well, maybe if he scored 53, we can win." He was really embarrassed scoring 100 points in that game. And the thing is that what makes Wilt the greatest to me is that they put in so many rules to like stop his dominance. And it's okay. I can see people saying that Jordan being the greatest because he took advantage of all the rules. Whereas Wilt was on the other end with so many disadvantages, somehow he still dominated. And the thing is that what makes him also so great is he changed his game up in so many ways. So he put up a lot of points with the Warriors. When he went to the Sixers, he became an all-around player, basically LeBron on steroids, or Giannis. And he had Hal Greer. He went over to Bill Russell's conference, beat them, then played his former team, and then beat them in 67, if I'm correct, right? And then he went all the way over to the Lakers, playing with Elgin Baylor and Jerry West. Yeah, he did lose to Bill Russell, but we got to think about it, it's a team game. And the thing is that somebody said it in this chat about, Wilt being a rebounder and being, the shot blocker he is and all the extra stuff, not needing to score. Yeah, because the thing is that with him having Elgin Baylor and Jerry West on his team, he no longer needed to be the number 1 or number 2 scoring option. That's why his numbers went down.
Y'all say he was top 5. Oh, my fault.
Yeah, and then here's the thing.
He was top 5, bro.
He's not even top 5 of MVP votes that season.
Them goddamn Cowboys beat the Eagles.
Y'all surprised? Willis Reed, Bill Cunningham, Bill Russell, Elgin Baylor.
The thing is that while he was playing with the Lakers, he also had Hal Greer. So, basically he was Bill Russell, but a better version when he played, especially in the 70s. And the thing is that the reason why he became a player that he was in the past because he had a leg injury and he had to get surgery on it. So he lost his vertical and all the extra stuff. And the reason why, go ahead, somebody about to say something?
No. And then the next season, he's not even top 16.
Yo. This man in 1969 was second in win shares and PER. He was the best rebounder by far, one of the best defenders in the league, or I say second. And he wants to you guys don't understand the game of basketball, bro. It's about what you ask to do and how well you are doing it. That man,
Elgin Baylor, top 5 MVP.
So he had a better season than Wes Unseld to 69 starting.
Herb, I know you didn't listen to what I just said.
No, you bringing up analytics and shit. I'm just asking you.
Yes, that's empirical evidence.
Was he better than Wes Unseld?
Empirical evidence is way more superior than narrative. Herb.
He was not a better basketball player than Wes Unseld in 1969.
All right, but check this out, y'all. I'm almost done. Okay, now see, Wilt did the best, I think, in my opinion, when it comes to do what he did. And with the Warriors, he was able to put up a lot of points. He did that along with getting a bunch of rebounds. Then when he played with the Sixers, he was actually an all-around player. So he did that very well. Then he went to the Lakers and became basically a defender, the better version of himself. When he played with Hal Greer and Jerry West out the Baylor, they ended up winning Bishop that same year, and then won 33 games straight, which is still a record in the regular season. And the thing is that 33 straight wins. And I mean, the Bulls didn't even do that. And then in that same season, and also in that same season,
Mike. Yeah, it's kind of
cool. Mike tweaking, man.
Mine? Really.
No, his mic.
Here's the thing. I got one more thing to say. One more thing.
Your mic.
One more thing to say. See,
we can't understand the one thing to say.
Yeah, your mic's messed up. Yeah, I will do it.
Man, sturdy.
My question
back to that sturdy point though.
Hold on, y'all. Hold on. Before we move on, let me just go ahead and give you the results.
Did True hop off the panel and vote for?
So is this being decided by the poll or what we said?
Hey, True dove in the chat to get the votes up.
He went on the campaign.
Wow.
I think that had more to do with what
Dang.
Wow.
I told you it got dark. My nigga
more so
Ralph
how we
with
was
the
talking.
dub.
Because if you paid attention to the poll, well, before we start really getting into it, before we start getting into
I think that had more to do with people just liking Wilt. I don't think that was based off of how he performed in his debate.
But it was also the
Yes,
way
it
we was
does.
talking.
Yes, it does.
Before we really got into it, the polls was 50-50 the whole time.
But at the same time, Lamont is the tiebreaker there because the panel voted true and the chat voted.
But I mean, our vote counts.
You know how like the all-star vote.
Well, yeah, you can't
know
break the formation, Lamont. Don't do
we
no
5.
Don't do no commission.
It was like 5-1, wasn't it?
Yeah. It is what it is.
Hey, True trying to get back on, Lamont.
Yeah, you got somebody got to drop.
Hold on. Let me do this because
So
his
this
mic
like-
was messed
so
up.
this like an all-star vote.
I just removed the dude who had a mic messed up. So go ahead, come on back on, True, man.
He got that nigga up out of here. Damn. He was trying to get that Wilt point off too. He was trying to get that.
Nah, he was spitting. It just his mic.
No, he was spitting to his
man. But no, I ain't gonna lie though. I think Herm got a point. I mean, well, Sturdy got
True,
a
how
point
it feel to get robbed?
I mean,
hold on.
Hold on, y'all. Let True.
Let me say this, right? That's funny.
Hold on, go ahead, my fault. Go ahead.
I gotta say this, man. Why every time I'm in some type of debate, it's some type of controversy, bro? Like I don't care about losing. If I lose straight up, that's cool. But y'all know damn well Ralph didn't win that debate, man. Like y'all gotta stop. Y'all gotta stop.
It was close, True.
It was not close.
It was a tie, bro.
Close.
True, it's okay, bro. It's a tie. You got the panel vote, and you got the chat vote. It's okay, bro. It's a tie.
Listen. I know
they trying to plug you into a tie. True, they trying to.
No, that's what it is,
campaign
Mac.
you
They've always been like
into a
that.
tie.
Mac, they've always been like that. What are you talking about?
We going one more round now. If it's a tie.
Oh, what is a death match or something?
If y'all want to do it, hey.
What is that? What is that?
Hold on.
True know what this
Havlicek stole the ball.
I
heard Havlicek. Yeah, I heard Havlicek. So yeah.
That's crazy. That's all.
Is that the first championship?
Not 1965.
Hey, Stir. The reason why I said what I said, though, we gotta realize, man, Wes Unseld came in and that year was Rookie of the Year and MVP. Same.
So because he won MVP, he was better than Wilt.
But can you say he was having a better year than Wilt, and Wilt was doing?
He wasn't though.
No, Herm. So what Herm is saying is because he won MVP, he was better than a player. That's what you're saying. You're saying if a player wins MVP, that makes him automatically better.
This is what I'm
I just said he had a better. I'm saying he had
Okay, even that concept, Herm. So you're telling me a player because he get an MVP automatically had a better season than another player?
Man was a fucking rookie on Sturdy.
So hold on. True. Remind the people. Remind the people.
Him and Wilt the only two motherfuckers.
Hold on. True. Remind the people. One of 5 Bill Russell MVPs. Can you name the historic year that he got it? What happened that the other year with Oscar and what happened that year?
Oscar won a triple-double. Wilt had 50 points per game, and Elgin Baylor went crazy.
Wilt did 50 and what?
Yeah, 50, 50 points, 20 rebounds, something like that. And Oscar Roberts.
Yeah, and they gave that weak-ass MVP to Bill Russell.
And they gave it. And Elgin Baylor was averaging 30 over he's that. I think it was
36 or 38.
Some crazy shit like that. Hold on. But her definition, because Bill Russell got MVP for that season, he was.
I ain't said Bill Russell. I'm talking about Wes Unseld.
No, that's not your logic.
Basically, what he's saying is that if Wes Unseld got MVP and Rookie of the Year in the same year, he deserves top 5 consideration. So we can already name 5 other players 5 other players ahead of Wilt. That's what he's trying to say.
That's all I'm saying.
It's
Sir.
debatable. That's all he's trying to say.
There's no 5 other players in 1969 better than Wilt.
How we both could tell each other that we wasn't.
No, I just told you multiple times. You just
going off
have
your
selective
analytics.
hearing. No, I told you multiple times. You have selective hearing.
Come up with that?
Can I say
No,
something?
you have selective hearing, Herm. It's simple.
Can I say something? Because why every time I be in a debate and I say a fact like that, see, this happened multiple times. I say a fact and niggas don't try to argue a fact. But this is every single time we in the debate.
Nigga, I voted for you, nigga. I just say that.
No. But
They make all NBA team though.
But bro, well, one I don't know why.
Whoa, he didn't make a hold on. Who didn't make an all NBA team?
The all NBA Elgin Baylor, Earl Monroe, Oscar, and West Elgin.
So you hold on. So you trying to first of all,
Earl Monroe was in the league.
Hold on. I never
Willis Reed, John Havlicek, Jerry West, Hal Greer, and Dave.
Hey, if y'all telling me accolades makes the player better, then
hold on, time out. I'm raising my hand on this one. Those are not player votes. Those are journalists, right?
Those players.
No, the all NBA
media vote. It's media vote.
The media. Okay, journalists. Okay. Might have had a point if it was players.
But hold on.
Can't argue that.
But hold up. But here's the point though. Listen, if you go back during that time, during that era, you could do your research. When Wilt Chamberlain was on to the Lakers, that was a big deal. Matter of fact, I think if I'm not mistaken, they called that a super team. They had like a magazine cover called that the super team. You can go look this up. They called Elgin Baylor J was a super team.
I don't know if they said it back then. Did they say super team back then? Big three or something? I don't know if they said all that true.
They had
Lakers were the Lakers.
They were favored the championship for a reason.
The Lakers were the favorites though, because you had.
No, I give y'all that, but I'm just saying
Jerry
the terminology.
West, those two were the top 5 players.
Jerry West was the best
shit
guard.
not even comparable, bro.
Jerry West was the best guard at the time. Elgin Baylor the best small forward, and you have Wilt Chamberlain on one team.
Bro, this shit.
That's what happened.
Bro, this shit not
besides Bill Russell, who on the Celtics was better than Jerry West and Elgin Baylor?
Nobody.
Hey, we still got it. Not. We can't keep ducking the inevitable, man.
Why you would?
True. As we always do, man. When you lose in epic fashion, man, you gotta give your eulogy, man.
Lamont the tiebreaker. He just said
I'm not the tiebreaker. They did 3 rounds. It's an odd number.
Man, don't do that. We do tiebreaker. We ain't doing that.
If the panel said true,
y'all did have 3 rounds.
Then it's a tie.
It does what I'm saying, Lamont. Nigga, they just changed the rules up.
Panel, man.
No, because I won on a panel and it didn't win in the chat.
What nigga? What debate you won on the panel?
Yeah, I don't know.
The Tiffany Gold Mike.
Hell no, nigga.
I won Gold Mike on the panel.
You pulled the tape.
No, you did not, bro.
Yes, I did.
No, you did not.
Hey, it was 3-1 with one. It was 3-2 with one even.
So currently, right now,
and then y'all said go to a tie.
Ralph is ranked over SB and True.
That's cap.
What?
Well, hold up though. So
how does that work?
Yeah, I didn't. Is it a tiebreaker?
Hey, True, I'm gonna be real, man. I think Lamont just trolling you, man. He just want to mess with your mind.
Hold on, this is what this is what it is. Though Lamont don't want me to debate him though. He know better, man. He know better, man. He know better though. He know better though, man. He trying to save. He trying to save Elder and them. All the people I don't call out.
Look, they try to say I'm messing with the numbers, man. I did not mess with the numbers.
I'm just saying you trolling True though.
Ain't
fucking with him.
Ain't no geo tag. Hey Lamar. Hey, hey Lamar. You a tech dude. You know what I mean?
Hold on, we can put the poll up again. Hold on, y'all. Do we want to revote? Do we want to revote?
You know what it is, bro.
Nah, because it might get uglier. No, I wouldn't want to do that.
What did I change the rules?
Lamont, you know, it's panel vote and it's chat vote.
I know. Even if we go off the panel vote and add it in with the chat,
it's not adding
still
up.
Didn't win.
What you mean he's not? What you mean he's not adding up? What are you talking about?
He still didn't win.
It's a tie.
He's 10 votes ahead. He only got 5, 6 on the panel.
And tiebreaker is either you decide to vote or they do another round.
Hold on. I told you guys my vote don't count. I'm impartial, but I had
You
voted
did
for Ralph.
vote before.
Hold
You voted
on.
before.
Oh my, yo, Lamont tweaking.
Hold on.
Well, I mean, hold on. That don't help because
This is where you know you're the greatest.
he
So this hold
chose.
on.
Hold on,
This is
time
where
out.
you know
If
you're
you win,
He chose Ralph
win on
anyway,
the
so even if
panel,
he did
then
vote,
lose in the chat, that's
bro.
not a tie.
Hey, hold on. Our
It is a
panel
tie.
votes. Our panel votes don't amount to what we did. 120 votes that we got in the chat.
Lamont, that's
Man,
not how
listen.
it was, bro.
That was how it was. That's
crazy.
how True beat SB because of the panel.
That's right.
I beat
Renegade
SB. Hold on. Hold on. I beat SB. Hold on. I beat SB on the poll and on
Okay,
the
so
panel.
hold on. So are y'all saying?
I did too.
So are you saying because True won on the panel, but Ralph won in the chat, it's on me to break the tie?
It's up what you give him another round or you decide to vote.
Okay,
Well, he decided it's gonna be.
I gave you guys my decision before y'all came up with this new rule.
He
I
said
gave
Ralph.
you guys
It's
my
not a new
decision.
rule. We can leave
Let
it.
them go
We
another
gonna get a
round,
new
Lamont.
rule.
Let them go another round.
No,
Another
man.
round.
We've
One
given
on
it to
one.
you.
Keep it pushing.
He taking that dub.
Okay, keep me pushing, man. But
Look at Natalie. She didn't even hear
Yo,
it. She
Lamar,
said,
you can't be doing
look,
that,
you
bro.
got
That's
Natalie and Tiffany trying to save you, True, man.
Hey, listen, man. All I know is
Ain't no
this, though,
Celtics
man.
defense working tonight.
Hey, listen. No, this.
What's the close? It's holiday.
No, I killed.
Okay, hold
No, I
on. Who
killed.
can we
Hold on, I
bring
killed
in?
you. I
Who can we
killed you.
bring
Though.
in off the chat that can give the final impartial vote to break the tie? Because
No,
And
man.
explain it.
I don't
And
want
explain
to.
it.
I
no
Hey, y'all
biases.
doing a lot of
It
running
can't be no
around.
biases. No biases.
who?
No,
I voted for
I
True.
OJ.
believe Renegade is the person.
Y'all
Renegade.
doing
You
a
think
lot of
Renegade
running
is?
around.
Nah,
Renegade.
Renegade the wrong
Oh
motherfucker,
hell!
No,
Lamar.
Renegade
Renegade
not
the
biased.
wrong motherfucker.
Renegade not.
Renegade
Renegade
He
not
not
thought
biased.
you wanted to
Renegade
debate
can't
Everybody
take
got
behind
that
a
this.
point.
serious. You can't take that motherfucker
He
serious.
thought
Renegade.
you wanted to
Nah,
Man,
debate
they ain't
Renegade.
behind
got
this.
Renegade
no
not
handle
biased.
Either
Then.
these
clear or
mega
renegade.
facts
Either
I
clear
be
or
throwing
renegade.
at y'all niggas, man.
The
That's a
Renegade not
tiebreaker.
biased
Man, you
though.
can't
So
take
real talk.
Renegade ass serious, man.
Right, E.
Ain't that
Hey,
right?
Hey,
yo. Hey,
renegade, man, they
yo.
don't want to hear them mega
I
facts
trust
you
this
be
guy.
spitting,
Man, that
man.
nigga still wear South Pole, man. Can't trust no nigga like that, man.
Renegade. You got to come on, Renegade. I trust
Oh,
you.
the tiebreaker, huh, nigga?
That nigga
Hey,
said he's
yo.
stuck in. That nigga said he's stuck in 03, 04.
Oh
Oh
shit.
shit.
That shit
Renegade,
crazy.
come break the tie, man.
Oh shit.
Hey man,
Either Khalil or Renegade. One of you
untold.
two.
Yeah, Khalil or Renegade. One of y'all two. Hold on. We gotta.
I'll drop down.
We
I
need
don't
one
want
person to
to.
volunteer to drop.
I don't
Khalil
want to be a part
bias.
of this no
I,
more,
I
man.
was I was
This is
watching
tramp.
Khalil's comments. Khalil bias.
I don't want to
Yo,
be a part of this.
No, for real.
Man.
they trying to do your boy dirty. That's when you know you good, dog. You got to put the extra rules on it. Got to
Oh
be
yeah,
on there.
And then of all niggas, True, he has a Renegade to vote. Of all niggas.
Renegade not
It really
biased
was
though.
that close, Drew. It really was that close, man. It really
Really
was.
wasn't.
It
Man.
wasn't.
It was.
It really
It
wasn't.
wasn't.
Y'all got to
From
stop,
a
bro.
technical standpoint, it really wasn't. But
I
like,
didn't think it was closer. I had Ralph winning all three.
Oh, you don't even believe that. You don't believe that, dog. You
Even
trolling
objectively,
now.
bro, there's no way. Even you had Ralph winning. There's no way you had Ralph 3-0
No,
winning, bro.
I have Ralph winning 3-0 because
3 body bag, nigga.
Hold on, but now you switching your words up because earlier you said you would have gave him 3-0, but you said 2-1.
I mean,
So
I'm
what?
saying I said the only reason Ralph didn't get the first round is because he was sloppy.
That was
He
my
was
lightest
sloppy and all.
round.
He was sloppy and
My
all.
He's
first,
sloppy. What the fuck?
Hold on, y'all. Renegade
my
is here
first
to break
round.
the tie. So this is the last. Hold on, we got Renegade and Khalil here.
Nigga gonna
to break
say
the tie.
Renegade though. Of all niggas.
All right, so
you gotta screen, bro.
huh?
You gotta take this screen.
Renegade.
Come on.
Renegade, break the tie for us, man. Who you got winning that debate?
With True, you know what I'm saying? But I'm going with the people. The people spoke, man. I'm not gonna go against the
Yo,
people, man. I
it's
ain't
funny
no
as hell,
I ain't
dog.
gonna be public enemy number one, man. It was only about 5 points. I mean, look, man, get them next time and everything all right, man. It ain't no
You see the
thing.
type of nigga, hey, Lamar, you see the type of nigga you let decide, man. Come on.
I'm like Jordan. This is my last debate. I'm
Hold
tired.
on, that's a very reasonable response. So he got Ralph.
No, that's not reasonable.
That's not
He
reasonable.
What you
Though.
mean?
He basically
What's
said
your
he gonna
honest
side with
opinion?
the people
Listen.
so it won't be no.
Hold on,
Man, True got robbed, man. True got robbed, man.
How you got robbed?
I mean,
He got
Renegade,
robbed, man.
can you explain to them why you went that direction?
What
He
The
said
final
already.
decision or what?
People voted
Why you went with your final decision?
Because
silly.
like, I mean, look, I had my
This mic messing up.
It's that cat.
It
That cat
deserved to be
detector.
messed up, man.
It's that cat
Well,
detector.
Khalil,
just because it ain't what the panel decided. Now we want somebody else to decide so it can
No, but
fall
what's
on
your
who else,
but,
whose side we wanted to fall.
no? Hold on. What's
It's
your
okay.
honest opinion? What's your honest opinion?
Hold on, y'all gotta let him give his thoughts on it, man. Hold on.
I'm saying like it is what it is. I mean, if the people spoke, what you gonna go against the people and cause anarchy and shit, man?
So basically,
The hell?
Renegade, what you're saying is you're scared.
Scared? I ain't scared. I ain't scared.
You scared of the shit.
I gave my opinion or whatever.
All
I
right.
gave
Okay.
my opinion. But it is what it is. We put the vote out so we can go with the vote. You trying to go with the panel vote when the panel at the time was only 8 deep. What you mean?
But what we asking you, Renegade, right now is what is your personal perspective? What is the what is your visual?
You're not offering.
Break it down. Break
it down.
Go ahead, Renegade.
Break it down to us, Renegade.
What? Break what? What? Debate?
Break the debate down, man.
I said I had true winning. I said the Billy Russell clinking shots to get rebounds almost swayed me. But because of the shit True was saying, I stayed on this side. If Ralph really put that fire on if he really put that fire on Billy Russell in the second and third round, he would have got one of them rounds. But in the second round, he only said it that one time, really at the end in the last 2-3 seconds, and he really didn't trample on Wilt in the third round or whatever. So I had True slighting it out 2-1. You know what I'm saying? But the people didn't feel that way. So it is what it is. You know what I'm saying?
All right. So we got your opinion, Renegade. That's all good. Khalil, what you speak on, my brother? The nickel bomber himself. What do you speak on?
I thought it was a decent debate. I thought Ralph started out slow and he basically went all the way around the corner to walk across the street with his points. But when he got the points out, he made some good points. I thought the third round was the best round of the whole debate, to be honest. Y'all both came with really good rebuttals. But overall, I thought True, to me, had a more impactful talking points to me. Because he a Celtic historian, so of course he gonna know more about them than Ralph know about the Lakers. But ultimately, I would say True won the battle overall. And plus, I don't really fuck with Ralph on that level, so I'm gonna vote against him every time.
Oh, so he's biased, man.
I'm just kidding. That was a joke, Lamont.
Okay, Lamont.
But no, I thought Ralph.
It's still a tie.
I think it's clear True won.
Ralph
It's still a tie. It's still a tie.
Ralph, this ain't no bias against you, Ralph. I thought you did amazing, man.
I know, Khalil.
Especially in your third round, bro. You was cooking. You was cooking like a motherfucker. Overall, but it was a good, solid debate, though. Overall.
I appreciate it.
All right, so Lamont, either you give it a tie or we bring Brother Omari here to really give it a.
Okay, bring Brother Omari up. I don't
Oh,
want
this nigga.
What is you talking about?
That's what I'm saying. Y'all,
man, what's wrong with? Hey, man, what's up with
like,
this? Is a say it.
Like
Say it.
Y'all Trump supporters recounting the votes and stuff, man.
Come on, man. Come on, man. It seems like the fix is in. You niggas talking about True God, right? You niggas going down a list trying to make sure True get this dub.
Nah, nigga.
No,
You trying to get
stop
victory,
it.
nigga. That's
Why you nigga? We see you nigga, boy. I'm telling you.
Hold on.
I know you feeling some type of way with this bullshit, huh? I said I voted for the nigga.
Renegade. You been since day one, bro. We never did it like that.
I don't want to hear that shit. What you put the poll up for?
Exactly.
Because you thought the people was gonna vote in your favor, but it didn't happen. So what is? So why you? What?
I don't worry about the
Why did every debate we get panel votes? Why?
Oh man.
to see which way the people vote, so we can go with the majority result.
No, nigga, that's the poll.
But that don't matter. But that don't matter.
Say something. I just
Go
want to
ahead,
say,
my bad.
Apparently,
the very first time I witnessed a debate on here, it was decided by majority on panel. That's just how it was then. It might. I just remember
on the last few debates we've been using the poll votes.
Okay, cool.
No, it was poll and panel. Bro.
You don't do that. Don't do that.
Lamar,
See, that's
Lamar
what I'm saying.
been,
Don't
bro.
do
This
that.
nigga
Don't
dead.
do
I'm
that.
trying to
Trolling,
find
man.
somebody to break the tie, right?
Get brother on.
Hey, congratulations,
right now we
Rob.
still because right now even
Rob,
with the two
come on, man.
Hey, Cisco, that's
still
a fact. Hold on,
It's
Lamar.
still tied.
y'all need to
Lamar,
just
I like
come
that
with
vote.
y'all egg game
like-
in the beginning. You wouldn't have to be fixing the polls and shit.
Congratulations.
The fuck?
I like
Y'all
Cisco's,
niggas tripping. Take your L.
It's a
We
republic,
lost,
man.
man.
It's a republic,
God
bro.
damn.
Oh,
It's
we
all
get
right.
Hitman. Hold on. Let me get Hitman. Can you please
I
come
could
help
I
break
could
this
take
tie?
the L. 30 beat me. I
It
wasn't
don't
saying
seem
that.
like it.
30 beat me. We didn't go through this,
No,
right?
that's the thing, Renegade. No have a problem. True has no problem losing, bro. It's just, bro, like Lamar changing the
Bro,
rules
my ass,
now, bro.
my ass. It is
Lamar
what it
changing
is,
the
man.
rules,
Just
nigga.
accept the result. What the
No, Lamar changed the rules at the last minute, bro.
No, I'm not.
change the rule?
He did.
You trying to change? You trying to switch the numbers?
No, he's now Lamar saying panel vote never counted. That's bullshit. You know that's bullshit.
I ain't saying never counted. I said it's that it usually goes with the majority result, but it did not this time. So it is what it
What was the
is.
last three debates? Renegade, what was the last three debates?
We went off the poll.
No, don't do that, Lamar. That's not
Yes,
true.
we did. We went off the poll.
Better luck next time, man. It's all right.
Next time you put in the contract, you got to make sure you get the rules.
Hold on,
Got-
we're going with
I gotta
y'all.
do something.
If it's tied, I'm trying to break the tie. So we're not going with no new rules because if it's off chat and panel, that leaves us at a tie. I'm trying to break it. We brought two people in, we still at a tie. I got to find somebody that can break the tie. The next person will break it. Whoever the next person comes in will break it. Because then that'll be an odd number. So whoever the next person clicks this link, I want it to be Hitman or Brother Omari Jr.
Even though Renegade said I won but I digress though. I mean,
well, it's not up to me. It's up to the people, man.
I'm just saying.
What the hell? It's saying FYF dictates. It's FYF debates. We go up with a panel and the people. The people decide, man. Not just a one-ass person.
You just said the panel and the people.
And the people decide exactly. And when we see what happened, we see who ruled. The majority ruled, right?
But okay, on that being, hold on. And that being said, though, I won a majority of the panel.
No, you didn't. No, you didn't win a majority of the overall.
Come on, man.
What?
What you lose, right?
You need to fix this up, Lamar. You need to fix these rules a little bit better, man.
Listen, if I lost, I lost. But like, we gotta do this to make me.
Okay,
lose.
look, we're just trying
So
to
you
break the
think?
tie.
So you think your vote mean more just because you talking?
Hey, listen, this is what it means. Though.
Brother
Omari
okay,
didn't watch it. He didn't
No,
watch
brother,
it.
it's okay. It's 6 minutes. You can watch it. You can listen to it real quick, and then you can get your vote. It's that simple.
Hey, listen. At this point, hold on. At this point, if you got do this for me to lose, I'm cool with that.
What?
I'm cool with it.
Why you?
Hold on. Listen. If you gotta do all this to make me lose,
Well, how we
I'm
making
cool
you
with that.
lose?
What?
Listen,
This is
I'm
all
cool with it.
helping you.
Nigga,
You already lost.
Listen.
This is to help
This
you
was
win.
no.
come on, man. Nigga trying to switch the votes for you.
Hold
Let me go
on.
another round, Lamar.
Hold
You can
on,
end
hold
this shit. Another round.
I'm not going another round. I'm not going another round.
And Ralph said he won his dub.
Hey, all right, true. That is
I know you want to dub,
you at
but
this point.
nothing's happening.
It's up to you at this point. True.
Don't take this into consideration. I am the most hated panelist ever.
No, you're not. No, you're not.
Come on, man.
No, you're not, Rob.
Hey, Ralph, trust me, you're not.
Hold on.
I promise you not.
Who is this dude, man? This Roe Wise. He just came in just saying. He just keeps saying weirdo stuff, man. It's time for you to go, man.
Open that guava on the screen, Lamar. That's what that dry ass guava.
I can name 10 people that don't like me in the chat.
Smoking garbage, ain't that right?
Bro, listen. At the end of the day,
That's not true, Rob, man. They won't be voting for you if they didn't like you. Come on,
Yeah,
man.
It's a couple.
I did not win that
saying.
versus on Bang Channel.
That's what I'm saying. How you the most hated? You got the most votes. What?
You got the
Ralph
most
is the most hated around here.
No.
How does that vote? He just got the most votes.
Until you get banned for life and we have a going away service for you, bro. You're not the most hated, bro.
Ralph is one of the most hated, y'all. Y'all gotta admit that.
Bro, hold on. Ralph was on everybody. Hold on.
That's not true.
Hold on. Ralph was on everybody's panels. Ralph was on everybody's panels.
Ralph is on everybody's panel because when he
Low
gets
key,
into it
Ralph,
with people, he don't
probably
go
not
away.
in top 5.
Is he more hated than Jones?
No.
He's not.
No. Is he more hated than
Wally?
that Kobe nigga?
He's on that level.
Nigga,
SFN.
not on the in the picture though.
Oh yeah.
Nigga put money on that boy head, man. He out of there.
Than Wally?
I was about to say, is he more hated than Wally?
No, nigga, like, you're not top 5.
He's not hated. Don't like me. Peanut don't like me. Dante don't like
Who
me.
are those?
Name it individual niggas, bro.
Hold on. Dante, you said
Keep going up to.
That nigga said I pick on Ralph.
Hey, listen, man.
Nigga said I pick on Ralph. What's this?
Ralph.
Hey, listen, if I got
man, y'all niggas trying to cook the books to take Ralph Dub away, nigga. I don't want to hear that shit. Oh, nobody hating Ralph, nigga. You niggas been spending 30 fucking minutes trying to take this dub away.
I'm not taking no.
I don't want to fucking hear you cap.
Hold on.
Okay, hold on. Hitman's here to break the
Hitman decided to vote. It's over.
Here we go.
Hitman, what do you got? Help us, please, in this controversy.
What's up? Oh, I'm on. Y'all good?
Yeah.
Help us in the controversy. I had to go outside to get some signal, man. I ain't got that good signal. I had True winning though, man. I thought that third round was the strongest round of the debate. That's how I usually judge my rounds. Or whatever, or judge the debate. Hold on, I gotta turn this background on. But yeah, I had True winning that debate though. Hey, nigga, stop crying, bro. You sitting on this whole crying for like 10 minutes straight.
I really wasn't crying, though. I really wasn't. Hey,
And I was like, it's the same nigga that voted for you, Lamont. It's the same nigga. So ain't no bias.
Hey, listen, you know what's crazy? I
thought Ralph came with it though. I thought Ralph was gonna get smoked. You didn't. I told you, True. You don't really be bodying people like that. You just be talking like you do. You came to this debate like you was gonna body Ralph, and Ralph came with it, bro. Shout out to Ralph, bro. He had it down.
Hold on. What about you? You can be next, though.
Ooh,
you said what?
You can be next.
What about
you? You can be next.
I told you I don't debate, bro. I don't debate.
I wouldn't debate either. If I called you out, I wouldn't debate either if I called you out. But that's
I mean, can you debate outside? Can you debate outside of Boston? No, that's the question. Can you debate outside of Boston?
I definitely can. I definitely can.
Have you ever had a debate outside of Boston?
I definitely can. We can do that.
He said take the green lens.
Hold on. Hitman. Devin Booker versus Jason Tatum.
Oh, outside of Boston.
I've already fried him on that. This got to be outside of Boston. I've already fried him on that. And right now, as of now, I probably wouldn't put Devin Booker over Tatum, so that's a bad topic.
You know what?
At that time, like 2018 or 2019, we first debated, I cooked him on that.
This is going to be left field. How about this? Donovan Mitchell over Devin Booker. How about that? I argue Donovan Mitchell being better than Devin Booker.
I don't know about all
you don't believe that. You don't believe that, but I mean,
come
like
on, man. Come on, that's
give me some time to think
That's
about
a
that
good
one.
one.
I don't know.
That's a good one. That's a good one.
That's a good one, but
no, it's not.
Renegade. You don't believe in Spider, Renegade? What you talking about?
No, fuck no, man. Spider-Man, fuck no, man. Man, get out of here, man. What you mean? You the man? You the one showed me the light about Spider, man. What the fuck you mean?
What you talking about?
He gonna do the same shit. He gonna do the same shit he did.
He said more impactful, Switch. Stop that, bro.
He gonna do the same shit he did to Yoga, to Jared Allen and Mobley, duck ass in the playoffs. Watch what he do, man. All right, you gotta show me. He got to show me, man.
Hey, listen, Switch. You can get it too, Switch. You can get it too. Listen, I'm calling people out. I'm with the smoke. Hitman, do you agree with the challenge? Donovan Mitchell versus Devin Booker. Listen, I can talk about.
If we do it, it's got to be sometime like next week, bro. Because I'm still
cool.
on overtime, bro.
You take all the time you need. Take all the time you need, man.
I'm still pulling sissies, bro. It's gonna be a rough. Rough
I know. I forgot.
I'm still pulling sissies. And when around this time, I'm usually in bed by now. I'm an old head, bro. I can't be up all night. But yeah, I mean, we can find time, bro. I'm down for it, bro. I mean, hey, you think it's a light touch with me? I don't know why you poking your chest out on me. Like, I mean, I don't know why you do that. You don't call everybody out, though. I ain't heard you call Sean out. I heard you call Bees out. I
I
heard you call L out.
just
You
called
want to
Bees out.
call
I
me
called
out?
Bees out.
Yeah, I thought
just
you was the
called Bees
biggest,
out.
baddest one though, but I don't believe in that.
Hey,
So I'm gonna have to check.
listen.
I'm gonna have to
Listen.
poke holes in your arguments, bro. I think you fly as a debater, bro. I think you only know the Boston Celtics and that's it. That's why Lamont tried to give you Jason Tatum and Devin Booker because it's an easy segue into the Boston Celtics. Step outside of that realm and then let's talk. Step outside of that realm and then let's talk. You know what I mean? So I don't believe in that shit, bro. You can sit out here and do all this old boisterous, poke your chest out, loud, bamboocious ass shit, bro. Niggas ain't falling for that okie doke. Be careful you talking about. I already done fried your ass on numerous occasions, True. You easy work.
You never fried me.
You really
You know me for a
touch. And I
long
gave
time.
you the blueprint. I really gave you the blueprint.
Hey, listen, this is technically this is a long awaited one-on-one. This technically is a long awaited.
Oh, it's something you've been it's something you've been waiting on. I know. You've been waiting. Yeah, because you had to work your way up to that level, though. You had to work your way up to that.
Hey, listen, man. Hey, listen.
You had to work up. You had to muster some confidence, getting light touches, tune-up fights like Ralph. Goat Mike, who debates Goat Mike? And you low key got cooked by Goat Mike on that roast battle. Don't think I forgot about that. You had a roast battle. He fried your ass. Don't think I forgot about that. He did bake your ass on that roast.
Hey, he baked you too. We ain't gonna talk about that.
He never baked me. Oh, you talking about that one-on-one? But I step outside. Look, I step outside the house. I never see niggas like y'all step outside the house. I step outside the house. Y'all niggas never be outside. I'm outside with it. And it was a winter storm last time me and Gold Mike played. So that means I drove in ice to go play Gold Mike.
I'm gonna record myself next week. Try to record myself next week though.
Yeah, I know.
I'm gonna be in the gym.
Now, right? See, I told you I motivate y'all niggas to step out there in that rain, bro. I motivate y'all niggas to do that. So don't forget where you came from, bro.
Hey, listen, you need to get motivated.
Father-son time. It's quality father-son time right now.
Hey, listen, man. Hitman, you about to get body, bro. This is about to be.
I know.
You gonna get dog walk.
I want that energy, True. I want that energy, True. I know. I'm gonna get pride. I'm gonna get body. Man. I know.
Hitman, what's the best time for the debate?
What we debating? What are we debating? You said what's the best time? It'll probably be because I'm off Tuesday through Thursday, so it's more likely to be Wednesday. Sometime
Wednesday. You on Eastern time zone?
I'm on Central. Time zone.
Now, what time is it there right now for you?
7. It's almost 8 o'clock. 7:57.
Okay, so it's 6 here. So I'm assuming Eastern time zone is 9. So we can do it.
Yeah.
We can do it at 4 p.m. your time.
What, next week?
Yeah.
What is that?
Wednesday.
This next Wednesday?
Yeah.
Yeah, next Wednesday. That's cool.
We can make it happen.
What is it? Donovan Mitchell versus Devin Booker?
Yeah, I got Donovan. I'm rocking Donovan Mitchell. You got Devin Booker.
I bet.
Oh, okay. Yeah, we locked in.
That's nasty word. That's okay.
Look, now that you swinging, you. Oh man, that's tough. That's gonna be tough, True. I ain't gonna lie. You thought
True took them green lenses off. I'm surprised.
Come on, man.
Damn.
I'm about to do the same thing on Wednesday.
Hey, listen, here's the thing.
Then we can debate. And then after that, how about we do like two? Like we can do Tyrese Halliburton versus Jalen.
Got a crossbow. Automatic.
I think last time I was on this channel, I remember you saying Jalen Smith was better than Tyrese Halliburton on that draft. We could debate that too if you want to. Jalen Smith versus Tyrese Halliburton. You want to debate that?
Come on, that shit is.
I ain't debating.
I told you I taught you more basketball than you know, nigga.
That's a handicap, man.
I taught you way more basketball, nigga. You need to be humble and remember where you came from, True.
Came from who?
Yeah,
came from
man, see. No, the topic is why you don't know shit about sports. That's the topic.
Let's do that too. Let's do that too. We don't know shit about sports.
Hitman saying that for a reason. But listen, we gonna get into.
But you know what though? I just did some research. Hey, when True lost to Sturdy, it was by the chat. Like panel vote didn't even have no say so whatsoever.
Yeah, that's what I said. When True lost this, Hold on. Yeah, it was all. I thought
that
it was
Lakers versus Celtics franchise. Who the better franchise debate?
Yeah, I thought it was the chat poll.
Yeah, the chat. Yeah, the chat had voted. So yeah, look like you. Yeah, I guess. Yeah, True. You kind of took an L on this one, dog. Because you wanted to debate too. That was kind of fucked up. So
no shit.
Yeah, we can't win them all, I guess. Might as well just move on.
Yeah, it been voted.
Gotta win this one on Wednesday, man. Can't be back to back, man. Can't do it, man. Cannot do it, man. All right.
First debate, right? This is my first debate, right? Is this for Hall of Fame status on mine?
I was just about to say he still got Hall of Fame status.
Hold on. Y'all two heavyweights.
So Ralph get a wrench
This
off
will be
this,
for
huh?
Hall of Fame status for sure.
So Ralph get a wrench off this.
You already got it.
Yeah, you got to redeem yourself, True. You got to redeem yourself next Wednesday.
I don't got to redeem nothing.
You really bumped yourself out of Hall of Fame.
Listen. Here's the
This
thing.
is for Hall of Fame induction.
shit.
This is for Hall of Fame induction.
Listen. Here's the thing, though, man. Here's the thing. Hall of Fame. No, I'm the greatest, man. I'm the best. Listen, man. I'm with all the smoke. Listen, this is back to back.
Now I give you that. True has
This
been
is
calling
back
out
to back.
everybody. Lamar, you're not ducking True, are you? Are you ducking True?
No.
Cause this is like my.
It's not like you tap dancing, and you ducking Sturdy too, Lamar. I don't think you want smoke with Sturdy.
Like,
hold on, here's the
you
problem.
said you don't want smoke with him. You said that
Laugh
out your
out
mouth. You said you don't
loud.
want smoke with Sturdy. That's crazy.
I never said
You
that.
don't want smoke with Sturdy.
Bro,
Sharon Sharp can get it. Skip Bates can get it.
I
Steve
just
A.
don't
Smith
know
can
if
get
we
it. Anybody
disagree,
get it.
disagree on things enough to like. You got to find some topic for
That's
it.
common duck talk right there. That's common duck talk.
fine?
We disagree,
Give me a
man. Cut
topic.
that out, man.
Give me a
Cut
topic.
it out, man.
He said that's duck lingo.
Yeah, that's duck lingo. Yeah, that's duck vernacular, man.
He just trying to take the smoke off himself, man. Stop it.
Man, I ain't got no smoke on me. I told you I set the time up. How's that smoke on me? Where's the pressure at now? This is a time and date setup. Ain't nothing set up for you. And that's why I be saying y'all just be on here talking, bro. Y'all just want to poke your chest out and talk. And that's why. Me and Go Mike. That's why me and Go Mike is the only 1v1 because y'all niggas want to poke your chest out and talk.
Hold on,
Don't want to actually put no actions. Don't want to put no actions behind your talk.
That's not true.
It's just the simple facts.
Hold on, me and Go Mike played like 3 times. He canceled every time.
And that nigga,
That's Goat Mike, nigga. You can't find nobody. You can't find nobody outside of Goat Mike to play Lamont. Lamont, you can't post no footage of you hooping. You can't post no footage of you hooping. Lamont.
Yeah, I could. I got footage
now
right
nobody on this panel can do that. Like y'all, everybody talk basketball, but we ain't seen now one of y'all niggas hoop in 3 years. It's been 3 years y'all been on stream. 3 years since I've been on YouTube, and ain't nobody post one outside of T Street.
I got
ain't
whole
nobody
games on
posting
YouTube.
nothing.
Y'all just ain't found it.
No, and T Streets look like no, I ain't playing one.
My homie post all our league.
I'll play
Man, don't talk about me then. If you ain't gonna play one, I won't say shit about what I did.
All my league games.
You different. You different. Like
I did that for the streets. I did that for the streets. Like I said, bro. Anybody can get it with that. Anybody can get it with that.
To Go Mike, bro. Stop it, man.
Twice. Right, it is what it is, bro. I'm washed up. As far as basketball now, I'm washed up. But I mean, I can't say that about y'all because I ain't never seen y'all hoop. So it is what it is.
I got a photo of my community tab me dunking. Shit was about years ago.
Man, photos don't suffice. I got to see video proof. I don't want to see no black and white ass photos, man. No, taken with a potato ass picture, fucking basketball pictures, man. No, that you hanging up on by your trophy case. I don't want to see that done, man. I want to see that done. I want to see actual footage, man. Right now footage. I want to see right now footage of niggas out here hooping.
Man,
oh man,
Hitman coming with the smoke, man.
That's not too much to ask for, is it?
You know what?
That's not too much to ask for to get out the basement and go hoop.
Yeah, he said y'all keep talking about him losing. He said y'all gotta show him y'all can hoop.
I mean, I'm
show me you better. Don't tell me you're better. Show me.
I'm gonna show.
I cook any nigga in the bay. I don't hoop.
All right then. That's enough.
Hold on. T Streets posted his.
I said T Streets. I said T Streets is the only person who's done that. Oh, you gonna get behind?
Hold on, my games is on YouTube.
You scared to put your shit out there. Oh, you say you got some shit out there, Lamont. Where is it at then? Where
my
can we
homie
find
Dustin post all our league games.
All right, let me see that. Let me see that then. Let me see you play somebody. God, you talking all this. Oh, I'm nice and this and that. I don't believe in you either, Lamont.
Jaron Henderson.
I just know I can beat you.
I doubt it. Until I see it, I doubt it too. Until I see it, I doubt it. Lamont,
man.
Lamont, how come when you come to Dallas, you don't call me out then? You call Goat Mike out.
Oh, shit.
Go ahead, man.
If you know Goat Mike gonna duck and I'm not gonna duck, why won't you play me?
Set it up, man.
Whenever you're down here in Dallas, let me know, Lamont.
All right.
Bro, I've never ducked you. I've always picked you up, Lamont. And you know me. I've always picked you up.
Hey man, do you have time to travel if I got you a flight?
If you got me a flight, shit, next year, hell yeah, I'm down. Shit, I got vacation time saved up.
I can get you a flight. I can get you a flight out here.
Yeah, next year, yeah.
And a free hotel stay at GCU. Write it
Oh,
down.
that's a bit. That's a
Here,
vacation. Hell
here.
yeah.
You got my number, right?
Hell
I'm putting
yeah.
my number in the private chat.
You got my number, man. You got my number, right?
All right, just text me. I'll set it up.
1v1
Well, no, I'm gonna
coming
drop
up.
it. I drop my number in the chat.
All I know, hey, yo, Young Africa, whoever win that debate, you and Nickel Jester, I take the winner of that one too. Listen, listen, man.
Anytime,
Hey,
True.
listen,
Anytime.
hey, listen.
True, you can't take the.
Anytime.
I don't know
why
you
you would
in the
play me,
losers
man.
bracket. True, you can't take the.
I just,
Yeah, you need a tune-up, True.
technically, I won because Hitman was last. Hitman was the panel wasn't full, so technically,
No,
I won.
tune up like
Oh, it was full,
what's
man.
the boy
Hell
Anthony
no.
You in the
Joshua?
you in
God
the
damn.
consolation bracket. You can't play that with it.
Hey,
Like
listen,
Anthony Joshua record
listen.
that game.
Listen,
Damn.
the real knows what's going on. The real know I won. So that's all really matters.
Okay.
Listen, man. Ralph know he lost that. He knows.
Bro, Peanut says,
Ralph know he
he
lost.
says,
that.
I'm in Chicago.
Come on, man.
You only saying that because of the results. Like, listen, you only
That's
you
what
don't really
the
believe that.
results all that matter, man.
Hey, listen, I keep it. Listen, I keep it
I
real. I feel
ain't
though.
have to use payola like you do all through here.
Oh
I don't
shit.
pay nobody, so that don't make any sense. I don't pay nobody, man. Listen, I do know this though. I'm with all the smoke. I don't care who it is. It could be any different platform.
We gotta bounce back with about
I don't
about 3 wins in a row, man.
Hold on, Renegade.
Idol Bill Russell, you can't compare to me. I'm Wilt.
Hold on, Renegade. How about you bounce back? I can make
man.
you too.
Here we go,
Renegade,
man.
how about
Man,
you
come
bounce
on.
back?
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Yeah,
How about
I
you
was
bounce
saying,
back?
I
How
was
about
saying,
you?
man, come on, man. I'm
Yeah,
just
exactly.
commenting.
Keep
You ain't
forward.
gotta do me like I'm
Right.
saying. We can get it. You already know what's happening, but
No,
you
you
know what's
already
happening if
know.
you take that challenge, man. Come on, man. Come on, don't do that, bro. Don't do it to yourself, man. You got two
Listen.
battles lined up. You didn't already lined up a third. Don't be. Come
Hey,
on, man.
listen.
Pick
Hey, listen.
easy work, man. Don't
You
come
is
over
easy
here with
work.
that shit, man. I'll get you right now, man. Right
You
now.
is easy work.
Come
You
on,
is
man.
easy work though. You is easy work though.
Yeah,
That's the
What's
thing.
happening? What's happening? What's happening?
It could be a different time though. Listen, I
No,
ain't
no, no, no,
listen.
no, 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 no. I
I'm
said I
not
get you
debating
right
that.
now. That's what I said.
Listen. First of
Nah, he want
all,
to
we
smoke
gotta
right
find.
now.
Hold on. First of all, we gotta find a topic for one. I'm not talking about.
Pick
Listen.
it.
Hold on. We
Pick
got
it.
listen.
True,
We
you
gotta
said
find
you
a
so
topic.
good, man. Do it right now.
I'm
Come
not
on,
gonna
man.
listen.
You done did it, right?
Hold
Come on,
on.
man.
God, dude,
You done
I'm
did
lying.
it. You done did it already, man. It's over
Hold
with.
on.
Shit over with. Don't
Hold
back
on.
down. Do
First of
not
all,
back down.
First of all, hold on.
And it's
First of
going on
all,
your record. This going on your
hold
record.
up. Hold up.
Y'all niggas crazy, man.
First and foremost, hold up.
Renegade.
Hold up. First and foremost,
Versus True the King, man.
I took so many last minute battles, bro. I don't need to do that.
Okay.
So
All
don't do that.
right. Okay. This is what no, man. You done did it already, man. You did it. I ain't do nothing. You did it, man. Come on, man.
Hit me in the DM and said True called me out yesterday. You lost.
Bro, Ralph, you lost that. Like nobody believes you.
No, I lost the panel, but the people who was more than the panel voted for me, bro.
Only one person on the panel says you won.
Like I said, let's
cool.
do a sudden death.
I
Listen,
said I lost the panel,
not,
but
bro.
the chat voted for me,
Man,
bro.
but if you
Come on,
don't
man.
hold
100 plus people.
I'll give you $10, Ralph.
Come on, man.
I'll give you $10, Ralph. You can find somebody else that can publicly say that you won that debate.
I said it.
Come on.
Besides,
He had about 3-4 votes.
No, he only was 2 votes.
Okay. And he had 122 on the in the chat, man.
No, this is what I'm saying. And those people can come on right now.
I mean, not 120. That was all together.
And I'm saying, and of them can come on the panel, and they say he won. I give Ralph $10.
Nah, man, I won. Just take the L.
I mean, bro,
come on, man.
Exactly. Did you see
Hold up, just pick this up.
Spar with your weight class. Don't fuck with heavyweights.
Come on, man. And look at who the hell he done picked up on the challenge now, man. He done picked it up right now. He picked it up right now. I don't want to hear that later shit. I need a topic that you want to get smacked on.
Listen. I'm gonna find a topic. Listen, I'm gonna find a topic.
Find that, man.
I'm gonna find a topic, man. Listen,
all
you
right.
know, you come to my channel all the time, so it ain't no dugging.
I got you. I'm saying, ain't no God. What you mean? You say you call me out right now. I need you right now, man.
Hey, yo, Ralph, I got your confidence, though, Ralph. I did that. Because if I didn't have to debate you, you wouldn't. They would listen.
You called me out, so you had to debate.
Hold on,
come on, man.
Hold on.
You was out, man. And you know we don't wait over here, man.
I heard it from the grapevine.
Hold on. I called. Listen, you're not listening. You're not listening. I did that. I called you up to help you get your stock up.
Okay, what about my stock, man? I'm waiting on you right now. Right now.
Hold on. All jokes aside, though, Renegade, I will debate you. But have you been on a debate before? Have you been on a debate before?
Nobody call Renegade naming this shit right over here, man. Talking about these mega facts, man. What are you talking about, man? You did it, now you're ducking that smoke, man. I need you right now. What do you want? Tell me what you want.
I ain't listen. You just talking, man. Listen.
Okay. Show me something.
Oh man.
I'm not listen. I wasn't planning on debating 2 times. Hey, Lamar already know. I had like 3 debates on here before, bro. Like, listen, let's like.
All right. What about 4? Come on, 4 right now.
Hey, listen. You gotta wait for that.
Why?
You did say anybody though. You say you debate anybody.
Hold on.
You did say that.
I did say anybody. I didn't say any time.
Yes, you
what? What that mean?
I'm saying, true. If you good, man, what you just doing now?
Come on, man. You got 6 minutes, don't you? Ain't nothing but 6. You've been ducking for about 12.
I've been ducking for 12. I've been ducking for 12.
Come on, man.
Listen. The reason why I want to wait.
Hold on. About 12.
Listen.
Yo, Switch is giving out topics like a mug, bro.
What topics?
Oh shit, man, it's hilarious.
Renegade, pick one, because True need help. Switch gave out multiple topics.
KG versus. I mean, what did he agree on? Like I said, I'm not doing
according to Fridge, you did say anybody anytime.
Fridge said that. He said that.
Fridge said you said anybody anytime.
What about Cream versus? Hold on, I got something better. What about Cream versus LeBron?
No, you can't pick the top. Let the chat pick it, man.
No, he just asked him to pick the topic. Let him pick the topic. He said Kareem versus LeBron, right? Debate that.
Listen, and we can do that at a later time.
What now?
I'm not.
You gotta get research because he don't know nothing but
research. We already know Kareem and Bo James, man. With research, what?
I do more research.
You did say anybody, anytime.
I mean, you're a fight champion. Are you? Are you a fight champion?
Hold on, though. That being said, though, nobody debates more than I do at this point.
All right.
For one, so let's not put that narrative out there. I'll debate more than anybody. I'm about to
nobody get called out less than Renegade, nigga. With these mega facts, and nigga, that's facts.
Hold on. Where you gonna be at 4:00, Renegade? When I debate Hitman, I can tell you next. How about that?
Hey man, I'll be over here, man. I'll be over. What you talking about, Kareem and Go James?
Lamar, that's cool, Lamar.
You can do it back to back.
Pushing the shit back, man. Come on.
Hey, what time did we say we was gonna do our debate? What time we say we was gonna do that?
For your time, Hitman.
For my time.
Back to back, not a back.
What day is that?
Sunday? So that means it's gonna be 5:00 Eastern, 3:00 Mountain, and 2:00 Pacific.
I'll do that then. Wednesday. Next Wednesday. I'll do that then.
I'm gonna put it in the community chat so everybody reminded us.
So you're stuffing stuffer tonight.
Oh, look, Tiffany coming to save him. She said, Ralph, she calling you out, Ralph, man. What's going on with that, man?
Hey, how about Tiffany?
She did retire MacDev.
Talk your shit, Ralph.
Hey, Ralph, how about you debate Tiffany? You talking on that shit. How about you debate Tiffany?
What you trying to sling to? Man, bruh. You need to at least revenge yourself before you sick your minion on.
Renegade.
I like that.
Here's the thing, Renegade. Here's the funny thing about it. You don't have not one debate on here.
Bro, I'm trying to get you right now. You don't want it. Damn.
Listen. I'm debating you Wednesday, bro. I'm debating you and Hitman.
I don't even, man. Nigga might be dead by Wednesday, man. 6 minutes. 6 minutes, Slim Shady, man. Shit, that's all I need for you. Shit.
Hold on, Renegade. You're not gonna catch me. You're not gonna catch me off guard, bro. You're not gonna catch me off guard.
God, you trying to catch me, man? You,
hold on.
You trying to slither up out of this cooking, man?
No, hold on. I'm on this. Listen. I'm in a disadvantage. I'm still in a disadvantage.
Why? How, man? You the king, man.
Hold on. But I'm in a disadvantage to make it fair for you. I'm debating Hitman too that same day.
Wait, what day though? Just so we clear, what day? You talking about this coming up Wednesday or the Wednesday after?
This coming up Wednesday, right?
I was talking about the Wednesday after this one because I'm already live.
Wednesday after. We can still do this next Wednesday. Hey, we can. Hey, Renegade. We can still do this next Wednesday.
Okay, so Renegade and True this Wednesday,
we'll do it
and then True and Hitman that following Wednesday.
Y'all both y'all on here just lollygagging.
Come on, man.
I can show you my schedule. My shit locked in, bro. How's that a duck?
What you doing right now, though? You on here lollygagging?
No, we're gonna have to shut it down soon. We're not gonna have time to do it.
I'm about to sit outside all day. It's cold as a motherfucker out there, so I ain't about to sit outside and debate, bro. Hell no.
It's been a crazy pre-fight press conference, though, Lamar.
Yeah, this is definitely a good one. Yeah, I gotta snip this. This is a good pre-fight press conference.
Like I don't know what
Young Africa and Young Ralph won tonight, huh? That's the call.
You know that, man. The people that spoke, it is what it is, man.
Ralph, you got that one, bro. I ain't gonna lie.
Somebody raised Ralph hand up, man. Fuck.
Hey, Ralph. Hey, listen. Like I said before, I ain't hear nobody on the panel say Ralph won besides that poll, man. So I mean,
that's cap. I heard at least two.
No, I didn't.
He said True to Escape TV.
Hey, listen. Here's
you did run the clock out though. I give you that. That was good technique. That was good technique. You did run the clock out. That was good.
Hey, listen. Here's the reality of the situation though. I got more debates on here on YouTube than anybody that's in these conversations right now. These are facts.
I don't know about that. On this platform, YouTube, I don't know about that.
Oh, you're the most active fighter out here, True. You're the most
YouTube.
I don't know about hold on, bro. In this panel
like
right
Adrian
now,
Broner, you just taking fights and L's, huh?
hold on. Oh man. Hey, listen. I do need to get.
He trying to get Tip busted up, man, before he come in and at least weaken Ralph up, man. Yeah.
Hold on. How about this then? How about this? I do need to get a rematch.
Lamar, drop the link real quick.
Hold on, yeah, we got a few more minutes now.
Drop the link real quick.
There's no rematches versus me. I told you, I'm like Jordan.
Hold on. I need sturdy rematch. I need a sturdy rematch. And so you ducking it, right, Ralph? You ducking. I can't get a rematch,
man.
Okay. That's cool.
All right, who really ducking now, Ralph?
Bro, if Duck come on the panel, on the panel, that's crazy.
Because sturdy me had to have a rematch with sturdy. I had to get a rematch with sturdy. I have to. That's a long awaited. But Ralph, you just ducking right there. That's proving my point.
You know what didn't win. There's no rematch, bro.
All right.
The first ones I do for free.
But you just proved my point. You just proved my point. If you really didn't win the debate, because if I was easy work, you would debate me again.
You want a rematch, True?
Damn. I mean, it's up to them. Listen, it's up to them. I know Sturdy accepted.
It was a rematch clause.
Would you rematch Ralph right now?
Hey, I'm not doing that. Everybody calm down. Everybody calm down. Let me get Renegade real quick with this microwave heat. 6 minutes.
Oh,
you're talking
shit.
Too much head. Come
on. Hold on. Back up. Y'all gonna have to schedule it because I gotta shut it down right now. We're not gonna.
No, right now, 6 minutes.
We don't have enough time. We don't have enough
What you talking about?
We could do on Truth Channel.
Man, wrap that casserole up, man, and put it in some Tupperware.
All right. I like that, man. Well, you I like that, boy.
Lamont,
What you talking about, Mag
set
Def?
the debate
What day? Well, hold on. Y'all want to do it tomorrow?
right now.
Can't. I gotta get off right now, man.
Aw.
I literally got
What you
10 minutes.
Okay, but what you talking about, though? Give me the. No, you ain't got.
Give him the topic, Mac Def.
Y'all can do it on my. I mean, if y'all want to do it on my channel.
Go to True Channel. Go to True Channel and do it.
Hey,
Oh, yeah.
When did Jester reschedule? Lamont, when did it reschedule?
Jester rescheduled for Monday.
Monday. So that's my Tuesday. Okay. That's not tomorrow. The next
That's
day.
a good idea, True. That's a good idea. Renegade versus Mac Def.
Hey, man.
And I really hoop got $10 for the win.
He ducking too the debate. Switch. Hey, really hoop ducking the debate too though. He ducking too, man. Listen, I want all the smoke, man. I want all the smoke, man.
True, you can't be saying that, bro.
I want all the smoke.
All the smoke
listen.
after all that. Come on, True. You can't be doing that, True.
Hey, listen,
Lamont, I don't like this disrespect of the only woman who took the challenge to come up here and to debate a man on this channel.
That's true.
So Renegade, if True wanted to put my name in it, he could. Okay.
I
said it for a reason. I said it for a reason.
You don't want no smoke down?
Late, man. Eyes getting watery and shit.
Mac Def, and he ain't been back since. Okay.
Oh shit.
Oh man.
See, Ralph, I didn't win no fluke debate. I won on the panel and the chat. Okay.
Oh, unanimous.
Whoa.
Let me teach you something.
Right now.
Damn. Hey, listen, man.
Yeah,
listen.
I'm in the Hall of Fame for a reason, Ralph. Okay.
Hey, listen, man. Hey, listen.
Sling it.
Hey, listen, man. Listen, that's why this is what I be talking about, man. Listen, man. Listen, Renegade, you debating on my terms, man. Listen, man. Y'all don't listen. I don't have to do this, man. Because listen, because I saved the debate show with Ralph Fish 30. I saved that show. I saved it. It was a disaster. I saved it.
True, you gotta get SB some credit too. The both of you.
No.
Okay?
Shout out to SB. Hold on. Shout out to SB. Shout out to SB. I seen him. He was covering the Chicago game today. Shout out to
SB. He was. I did see the pictures.
Shout out to SB. But I'm just saying though, I put on classics after classics after classics, man. Listen, this is what I do. This is what I do.
You ain't want to put on this classic though, huh?
I'm bound you next week. Renegade. It ain't like I'm bound you next week.
It's a long time, man.
I'm telling you right now.
Y'all can just do it tomorrow or Monday with Mingo Jester's debate.
Oh, Monday, cool. That's better.
Yeah, because I'm gonna probably have to say that one. Young Africa might have to carry that one. Yeah, y'all might have to say that debate.
Hey man, listen, and then next week, and then the next Wednesday after this, I'm gonna cook it, man. Listen, this is gonna be, man.
That's not gonna happen.
This is gonna be. Listen, man. I'm the MVP. I'll be MVP of the year. This happened, man. Y'all gotta call me MVP.
That will be right before the end. That will be right before the end.
You need a
Young
tune-up,
Africa,
True.
Young Africa, you can. Young Africa, hold on, Young Africa, you can get it too, Young Africa. Listen, man.
Hey,
my schedule's open. Listen, my schedule open. Lamont, listen, man. You got listen. You got to start being a promoter or something, man. Because listen,
hey, man.
Because listen, I'm here for the smoke. I'm here for the smoke.
Hey, Lamont, I'm telling you, man. I'm about to do a Luka in the rookie season. You know what I mean? All time great. I'm about to go.
Young Africa, you was trying to steal. No, Lamont, we're gonna tell the truth. Young Africa was trying to take pointers yesterday on True Channel and steal facts. Yes, you was yesterday. You had to stop talking.
Damn.
I wasn't doing nothing but just speaking my mind, my sister. That's all I was doing.
Young Africa was in the dojo. Young Africa was not True Dojo.
Nah,
man. Listen, even that True Dojo. the true Dojo. That's a bar too.
Honestly,
True Dojo.
Where you came today, not enough. True, not enough, man.
Young Africa though. The points you was arguing yesterday, you shouldn't learn to talk.
See, that was very
Young Africa. Stop it, bro. You said
Ginobili
could do what Luka is doing on his team right now, bro. Stop.
Oh yeah. I'm glad you take the whole context out of what I said. So don't do that. Don't do that.
Because I was listening in.
Hey, yo, Fred, you can get it too. Fred, listen, Fred,
Young Africa was right, bro. Because when I looked up them overseas international stats, boy,
tell him, Ralph.
Them international stats.
So what are you saying, Ralph?
them international stats, boy, he's doing way better than Luka.
That's a lie. That's a lie.
Look at them Argentina stats versus them EuroLeague stats.
Young Africa said that if you put Ginobili in Luka Doncic's current situation, he would be doing what Luka is doing.
No, I did not.
Yes, you did, bro.
Yes, you did say that. He's on.
Y'all said that. I was there.
It's not production. I said if you got the
there ain't no contest to take out either. You ain't about to wiggle like that.
Y'all was trying to put Manu Ginobili on Luka's level.
That shit was nasty, bro.
Hold up. And Young Africa was right. You never not seen Ginobili best years. His best years was
y'all cracking out.
We never saw the best Ginobili.
Hey, hold on, y'all. Hey, y'all, look, y'all. We gotta shut it down right now, man. I gotta get this shut down because I got some. Look, happy holidays to everybody. Appreciate y'all.
Happy holidays to everybody.
Happy holidays.
Mingo Jester, he escaped a tough day. It would have been a tough day for Mingo today. I believe, man.
Been ready.
And then, unfortunately, man, True took he took an unfortunate L today, man. I didn't see it going that way, but he didn't come with the fire. He didn't come with enough fire, man. I think he underestimated Ralph, man.
I underestimated the cheating circumstances. I mean, it is what it is, though, man. Like I said before, man, when I get Renegade to hit me out the way, I mean, then and Ralph ducking the rematch because I did lose. He ducked the rematch, so listen, I'm perfectly fine. I'm perfectly fine.
The only way you get a rematch after you beat them two, you gotta beat 3 more.
Terms for you because he caught your body, man. Damn.
Would you debate True after that? After my debate with him, would you debate him if he won?
Who, me?
Yeah.
Me? I debate True. Oh, what?
Yeah, that's a good question. It is what? Because like he kind of like.
Good question, Lamont. You still believe KD's better than King?
Yeah, see what I'm saying?
What you mean? I'm not debating that. No.
Oh no! That's not what I asked you. That's not what I asked you, Lamont.
He dug it back. He dug it back on.
I don't like comparing players across eras.
Oh, you nasty word. That's nasty word.
Sorry, y'all. Hey, y'all, I gotta shut it down, y'all. We gotta get.
Oh no, you about to shut it down.
All
right, y'all.
I'll catch y'all, man.
Right, shout out to Renegade, the real MVP out here, man. Renegade, salute.
All right, y'all, man. Good show today,
true.
Man. Salute to Renegade. We're gonna see y'all on Monday. We got some debates coming. It should be a good show. But hey, it's FYF Sports, man. We got to get up out of here for the day. And we'll catch y'all. I might do a quick show tomorrow. But we'll see how it goes. But it's FYF Sports. And we out, y'all.
All I hear is yap. Ain't talking about nothing, right? Watch this. We gon' bring that pressure.
Just a little FYF, 20K sub 6 months, what's next? They been hating at first, now they calling us the best. Hit up YouTube, tell them cut the check. Just a FYF, 20K sub 6 months, what's next? Woo, fuck your feelings, we all know who the real is. I be getting to it, ain't wasting no time. Walking straight in, we ain't waiting in line. Fuck your feelings, you don't care about mine. You a YouTube gangster, don't be yelling out slime. Or you talking LB, talking Ticket TV. Ain't nobody watching them, all the viewers be sleep. 5 years in, all your subs is your friends. Ticket TV, watch the cars again. Just a little FYF, 20K sub 6 months, what's next? They been hating at first, now they calling us the best. Hit up YouTube, tell them cut the check. Just a FYF, 20K sub 6 months, what's next? Woo, fuck your feelings, we all know who the real is. They all know, shop don't close, working 24, trying to make the channel grow. Look at them, pointing fingers, hating on the low. You can't compete with our podcast show. Couldn't make it in the league, so we got on TV. Crying by LeBron like a little baby. You must be crazy, trying to ever play me. Or you super tough until it's time to say cheese. Just a little FYF, 20K sub 6 months, what's next? They been hating at first, now they calling us the best. Hit up YouTube, tell them cut the check. Just a FYF, 20K sub 6 months, what's next? Woo, fuck your feelings, we all know who the real is.